Welcome to the stream, and hopefully you're having a good time. It's nice to hop into the action again as we have a couple of best of threes for today. The first one is going to be Apogee versus Ants. I'm not entirely sure how that's supposed to be pronounced, but it's going to be the Finnish youngsters with a couple of new add-ons. And to be honest, the lineup is kind of fresh and new in itself. Podium went to Ants' main roster, and everything has changed after that one. But yeah, you can see the playoffs at the moment. Spirit Academy with NAVI Jr. on the top. Meanwhile, towards the lower bracket, the games that we are going to be casting for today is going to be Apogee versus Ants Academy. And after that, it's going to be Adepts going against Astralis Talent. Yesterday, Adepts, well, they had a couple of funky moments there and here. Did take a little bit of a beating from the team that they went yesterday against. It's going to be, by the way, from the side of Apogee, it's going to be Swiss, Virtuoso, Polo, Gloku, and Prism. Some of these names are known, some of these names are kind of new for me. And from the side of Ants Academy, you can see these Finnish names. It's kind of cool to actually cast the Finnish team here on a EPL. Teme and Mulsi, Too High, Millard, and Swartz, which is gonna be a banger of a lineup. Teme and Millard, of course, from enhanced previous lineup, which is kind of cool that we actually have some names that we have worked with. And then we have a couple of foreigners, in a way, joining our Finnish Academy squad. And even Mulzi actually finding himself in his roster at the moment. And we're actually going to be jumping directly into the match. So it's going to be Nuke at the start. After that, we're going to be hopping into Anubis, which is Ants Academy's own map pick. Ancient, if it's needed. So, Ants Academy starting on the T side here on Nuke. That's going to be Swiss with Prism. Actually, I think that's the other way around at the moment. The HUD seems to be bugging just a little bit, but it's okay. Miller does find a kill before the bomb goes off. Or on the floor. So this is going to just be a retake, a 3 versus 4. As long as you have those retake positions cleared off, you should be okay. That's going to be Miller with just a couple of HPs trying to get into that side. I think they still want to actually go for this one. From the CT side vent, it's just going to be a single shot from Gloku. Bolo helps out with one. When we see a jumping clock at that point. So, mainly a Polish team today. Actually, a full Polish team. Wanted to see some stats that we actually had here. Hopping into that roster side of things, it's going to be Multi. He's actually, yeah, he's been on this roster basically from the start, so he's been a long time here. 2 years and 2 months. Meanwhile, everybody else, Teme has been for 8 months. He has actually been on the lineup a little bit longer than Millard. Millard joined the lineup 2 months ago. They have been playing... There's not an average number in a way, but Multi has 355 maps underneath him on this map. On this roster. Tim has 66, and that's going to be Millard with a rocking 20. Then we have Too High and Swartz. It's going to be interesting. So, early pick Swiss will be the first one to lead the lineup towards the ramp. Gains the information, nobody's here to block him. Just a quick trade around. Meanwhile, towards the side, that's going to be Preston to go down. He does get a kill before he does that. And as long as the bomb gets planted, that's a very good round for the T side. Almost impossible to try to retake it with this man at the moment. Mac 10 and a couple of USBs, not going to be a good time. And the Gavir just gets a little bit closer. The timing there almost gets jumbled. But it doesn't matter. As long as they win the round, that's all they need. And this is where it gets interesting, where the game gets serious. So, we're seeing the first gun round. And we're just seeing a straight out of those M4s. No op on Millard yet. And that's exactly what we want to see. quick change of pace. Everybody's just running towards the ramps. That's going to be Milty with a lightning fast change to that spot, but it's going to be Switch just to run him down with that Mac 10. That's the first kill already, Milty. The M4 goes down. And the Poles finding a very good start here on Nuke. Too high. Behind that smoke, just trying to find a corner at the moment. Not really finding the angle. Go for anything. Meanwhile, rest of the players, after that bomb goes down on the floor, I think this is just going to be a save, exactly. The best thing they can actually go for is just to try to save these M4s. You lose one, it's not the end of the day. You can actually buy that back in. Or even go for a budget weapon, whatever you want to call it. You start losing these rifles, that's going to be the start of the end. And Apogee. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce this name. I'm not entirely sure what it means. Is this like a sub-Indian thing, or... Is there a way to pronounce this? But, if there isn't, doesn't really matter. Valve ranking at the moment, 113. Apogee. Actually in a very good spot at the moment. We're getting the lineup in its entirety. Got a cool names from the lineup. Good snake to open up the smoke. That's gonna be the quick kill coming out of Swartz. Glossu. Or Glocku. Getting that quick tap to the face. So the man advantage at least goes to the side of Ens Academy. And still, many of the players just posting towards the ramp, trying to go for the timing over here. It's gonna be Milty just getting into a little bit of a better corner. Quick flash doesn't really work out, but meanwhile, just looking at the rest of the lineup, they're really working things out here. Even Prism actually getting through the lines. Very good spot to be at. Even spotting down the CT player, but the problem is he gets spotted by himself. And the second swing doesn't really go for him. Meanwhile, the main hold is good for one, but a quick trade coming out of Swiss. And behind that silo, it's going to be a quick tap to the face. Bolo left with the 15 HP. That's the catch coming out of Milty. Gets both of those kills. For a second, it looked like it was Miller, but it doesn't matter. As long as the clutch comes in, even if it's expensive, Ens Academy, they funnel post around. No AKs to be spotted. There's even a body to right if he wants to go for it. I'm not entirely sure if they... I think they had an AK outside. Where's the warehouse? Oh, you don't really... Are you gonna try to run over there? Oh, to the left. Well, at least you tried. Looking at the buy at the moment. Ens Academy. After losing a couple of rounds, they do have the loss bonus to buy in. You can see the op coming in. Used for Millard. Not that many kills across the board for anybody. Only being spent outside already. And Millard outside will be getting the kill onto Polo. That's a good opener. Going on for the second one as well. Looks like he's actually starting to hunt some of these players down. Just taking that red corner. That nade is going to be huge. But the problem is that he's still alive. A one-to-one trade. There's the wrong player at the moment. And Millard really needs to find a way out from this situation. That's going to be Glocku with a quick kill outside. Actually, it's the second one on the Milty as well. A couple of good frags, and you just can see the defense crumble. Too high. Just holding the cross for the lower portion of this map. Meanwhile, it's going to be Temme. Making sure that nobody's getting onto that A side for free, but the problem is they both need to get, well, a couple of kills by themselves at this point. It's Academy. After that first kill, it all goes tits up. The problem is Virtuoso. If he clears the CT vent for Temme, this is not going to be a good time. And that's gonna be it. Of course, he gets that kill quickly as well. Gets tagged just by a bullet, but the problem is from the backlines, that's the first kill he gets. Too High isn't actually ready for the player to be on top of the silo switch. Oh, he even picks up the op for his teammates. That's a bit of a problem. After that buy, Ents Academy, the only thing they can actually go for is just for a full save. Just a couple of pistols bought in. Even armor coming in from Deme and Swartz. You can actually do a lot with that 5-7 in this map. Especially in this map. Meanwhile, Virtuoso making sure that the lobby is going to be in the control of Apogee. Apogee. If anybody actually realizes a way to pronounce that, just let me know. Meanwhile, Virtuoso is just waiting for that first contact. It's going to be amazing information for his team. Meanwhile, the rest of the players getting a little bit closer towards the ramp here, towards the secret here. And this is supposed to be the simpler round in a way. This is just a very passive gameplay at the moment, coming in from the poles. Lower control. There is still Too High towards the lower side. And as this is going to be, this is a well-read round at the moment from the side of Ents Academy. Alright, but the problem is, of course, Apogee. They are going to be changing the way back towards the site. That's going to be the quick push from the hut. Virtuoso catches Millard. And that's exactly as simple. It's going to be a very well-read round from Apogee. You also saw the quick rotation coming in from Ents Academy. You thought that they actually had the upper hand towards the lower side, but no. Not entirely sure what kind of a sign they actually got from the secret, but deciding to go for the A side play. Works out well for them. And let's see if they can actually keep this up. Already a lot of the rounds starting to drop towards the poles. You can still do a lot with this map, even if you're a little bit down, but the problem is that they're starting to find that comfort. Now the question is, can they actually keep this up still? Still that Millard's off on the hands of Polo. Getting disgraced. Quick smoke outside. Anybody who wants to go for the molly. Oh, it gets a little bit off angle, but it's okay. Idea is still to block that red. So as long as he gets the backside control of it, that's going to be enough for him. Alexi Finland, welcome to the stream, buddy. What up, what up, what up? Back out of that. That's going to be the dropped smoke for his teammate. And meanwhile, it seems like they actually want to go for the push. That's going to be the smoke push coming out of Switch. The perfect time to actually drop down Swartz. Grissom gets the kill onto Too High. Meanwhile, it's just going to be an absolute mayhem towards that A side. Everybody's going down. At least Miller catches one before he gets away from it. But I am not entirely sure if they want to actually even go for this retake over here. It's got to be the quick flash towards the main. And a couple of nice bullets there to tickle Swiss. But yeah, this is just going to be a called save. No reason to even try to go for the retake over here. It's getting expensive by the minute. They did get a couple of kills. The problem is they lost their position, so they can't really go for those refrags or even the retake. At least the op gets dropped. That could be the double op set if they want to go for it. Nice catch. Even goes for the third one. Okay, Multi. At least he's making his own frag movie at the moment. He's not going to go for the op, but the AK is going to be a nice choice if he finds any. That's not going to happen this time around. I'm not entirely sure why he wants to go for that AK at that point when he looks that amazing with the M4, so just keep that up. What a start for the Poles. Exactly. What ENS Academy is trying to avoid over here. Getting destroyed like that on Nuke is not going to be a good time, especially seeing how well they're playing those T sides. Some very good pushes and calls have been made. And we were wondering if they can actually keep it up, but yeah, they can. A couple of sprays through that smoke, trying to find that timing, maybe catch a player. It's not really going to happen, but a bit of damage has been done at the start. The problem is they have the secret control. There's a lot of space for the T side to go for whatever execution they want to. And as the mollies are going to be dropping towards the ramp, the round gets a little bit more silent. And this is going to be a retake attempt. They need that first couple of kills at the start. ENS Academy a little bit lost in the sauce at the moment, as they have been giving so much map control, especially towards the sites for the enemy teams. But that's going to be the push, flash. All the kills are going to the side of Apogee. Just a couple of kills for the side of ENS Academy. Yeah, they're going to call this off. It's not going to be an attempt anymore. No reason. Just save and try again. There's the song. Annoying chokeholds to get through if you're a CT. Meanwhile, for the T's, that's just gonna be a Monday. At the buy at the moment. Yeah, that's an MP9 on the hands of Swartz. Doesn't have the bank to go for whatever buy he wants to. Wait a minute, how did 2High get through the lobby that fast? That's gonna be the kill. He actually has T-side roof control, but somehow Grissom has CT vents. That's gonna be the at least trade kill coming out. That's gonna be Swartz to drop down Swiss. The first round in a while that ENS Academy could actually battle against. Already with that flash, they're just gonna run into the side like that, man. That's just insane. Swart actually even switches the weapon. Gets this third kill of the round, and that's gonna be Miller to shut it down. Okay. That's a way to win a round. ENS Academy. Not entirely sure what to call that, but it works. As long as it works. That's good. Not bad at all. Now you just need 3 more of those rounds to make this a 7-5 if you want to challenge the map. Meanwhile, Apogee, even if they lose that one round, they're pretty well off. That's going to be the early utility spent. Through the smoke, they still want to go to a similar place. That flash is going to be perfect, but from the CT vent, Teme will find the first kill, but that is going to be the drill prematurely. My brain is just skipping beats at the moment. Quick trades coming out, but they have the lower side control. You can see the reactions coming out of the CT side at the moment. Led by Miller, trying to get towards that lower side. That's going to be Schwartz at least dropping down the player. And through the smoke, that's going to be a very good kill for Multi. Actually gets a couple of kills there. That's going to be one of the bomb planters as well. And Swiss left in a 1 versus 3. Now the question is, can he actually make this up? No, he can't. The second I was thinking about the situation, maybe if he makes this a 1 versus 1 and grabs that bomb, brings it towards the upper side, there's a little bit of a chance, but no. Third round, 2 rounds in a row. The first time they're chaining anything on this map. And to be honest, if we were just looking at the kills at the moment, you wouldn't actually believe that the deficit on a server is that high. That's going to be 8 kills for Milty, 6 for Miller, 6 for Swartz. Meanwhile, from Apogee, basically one of those trios just has 1 more kill. So we're just talking about a couple of frags here for the difference. At least economy control goes to the side of Apogee. Prism getting a little bit closer to where's that smoke. They're just going to go for the same execution against Swartz, already coming out with a double kill. That's going to be Teme with 1. Seems to be that Gloku is the only one to find anything on this round. The nades to open up the smokes. Switch on the other side of him. And we almost see the similar execution again. The smoke play is a good idea. The problem is that Ents Academy at the moment, they know exactly what they're about to do. So they're very well posted towards that smoke. So it doesn't really work out that well. I'm not entirely sure from what angles. I think it was Swartz who got that double kill. Or he got that. Could have been awesome to see a different camera angle at that point. But hey, that's Counter-Strike for you. Tap to the face and it's going to be done. Apogee. Seems to be that 7. I'm not going to say anything, but if we're lucky, if we want a map out of this one, 7 is all they get. Poles picking their map. And I didn't really do the ritualistic stat padding. Checking out the situation on Nuke. It was 83% for Apogee. 6 maps being played. Meanwhile, 33% goes for the side of Ents. So, 2 of those maps being 1 out of 6. Not the worst stats in a way, but not the best ones either. I was just looking at some of the maps that they actually decided to go with. As we are going to be seeing Anubis after this one. That's going to be the map for Ents that they picked, but it's a 0% for Apogee. 29 with 7 maps for Ents. So it's one of those situations where anything can happen, even though if they have a 0% on that map. It's going to be the util swapped around again. The lower side player needs that smoke for the squeaky. Meanwhile, this is just going to be a Tech 9 bash. Trying to find their way towards the better day. And just recently coming out of a 6-game loss streak, winning 9 Academy. They really want to keep that up. Only green. Good catch out of Swartz. So, outside stays under control. That's going to be the second push coming out of Prism. That it works out to a T. Virtuoso actually drops 1. That's going to be switched with the trade onto High. But, looking at the weaponry they picked up, this is not that bad. A nice kill on front off the squeaky. The problem is Swiss is ready for the trade. Apogee they make this an 8. And that was just Tech 9s. Nothing else. That was a good idea. I'm not entirely sure if that was a called one or was that a little bit of a lucky play over there. But the push through the smoke out of main and have another player, just a player to try to sell it, and after that have another player to push a little bit later. That was a good call out for that a nice change for that execution. The more control you get from that side, the better, of course. You need just angles, nothing else. As we are going to be switching the sides here. A couple of seconds left to talk about. How to think about what kind of a play they want to go for. Of course, this is just going to be pistols, so more individualistic gameplay than strats, but sometimes you just want to get that headshot in. It's just going to be, well, basically the whole server just pushing towards the ramp at the moment. And Switch even actually dropping towards the lower side at the moment. Not entirely sure what he's doing, but he's going to be holding towards the health ladders, not working out for a kill. Multi actually gets the kill onto Switch. And some very good trade output. They still need those kills. Too High actually gets one more. Polo comes out with a very naughty kill. And that's going to be the player on top of the catwalk. Oh, he's not ready for Polo's angle. Comes out with a triple to save that A side. Ends Academy. Not really feeling it this time around. 9 on the table. If they won that round, that could have been a 5-8. And from there, you can actually do a lot of work. But when the enemy team has 9, a buy and you have a save, that's going to be a funky situation. That's how the change of those rounds worked up. The MP9 ready to farm a couple of kills. The more the better. Bet click. Alright. This is just a slow round. And it's really waiting for them to make a mistake at this point. And for so for Apogee, well, they don't really have to go for any of the picks at the moment. So this is just wasting time out of that clock. But of course, the game strat is a good idea. Usually some of these young players, they get a little bit antsy. They want to go for that pick, maybe look like a hero. And that's the perfect opportunity to lose your head. And the first line of the spear. There it is. Trying to jump over those bullets, not really working out, so a full shutdown from the side of Apogee. Only 10 left alive. And even he will be taken care of. What a good round, of course. That's exactly how it's supposed to go. Now as we're going to be seeing the bonus round in a way. Very interested on what do we have. What we're gonna see from the side of Ents Academy. Full straight of AKs and 1 Galil. That's a nice peek coming out of Milty. Dropping down the first line of defense. A quick catch coming out of Switz. That trade is going to be important. An outside peek's coming out of Polo. That distance is going to work out for the M4. Coming out of Teme again. That's going to be Prism with his own kill. So they're actually keeping these numbers just man ahead all the time. Polo still has that outside control. Chuhai could actually come up with a kill here, but if he's not careful, that's the perfect time. Exactly what they're looking for. 2 versus 2 Gloku with Prism. One of the players on the lower side. And that's going to be Prism behind the silos. This AK could be destructive if placed correctly. Molotov for the right half. And a quick catch towards the CT side of that vent. It's going to be Miller to go down. Too high. Really needs that kill. He's going to catch it actually from the left side of that angle. And a couple of seconds left to go for that plant. If finally he's going to get it down. A little bit of a brain fart there. But Gloku already pushed out from the vents. The problem is that there's not that much HP to play around with. And he's spotted himself. Oh, God. Gloku. Clutches it for his team. Picks up that AK. And ends Academy. They kind of lose their hope on this round. That's a tough spot to be in. After this, we are hopping into Anubis, so this could be just a warm for them. Gloku posting towards the hut. That's going to be the quick kill. Virtuoso coming out with a double. That's going to be Swartz and Millers getting those trades. So the numbers are stable in a way, but the problem is towards the lower side. That's going to be switched to catch one of the players. Does a little bit damage. Doesn't get the kill, though. Polo drops Miller with that op. And the counterpart's working very well at the moment. Swartz, oh, he's getting him intact with that nade. 21 HP left. What weapon, whatever weapon actually hits him at the moment, it's just going to be enough. Oh, even actually takes more damage from that second nade. I thought Polo actually had the crosshair on him, but of course on the ladders, the accuracy is going to be a little bit off. So the bomb is going to go down. It's another 1 versus 1, and that is just going to be a lot of steps. I think Switch spotted him. There was just a little bit of a top of the head. Of course he did. But wait a minute, Swartz actually wins this round. I was sure that he had this one. Well, look at that one. Okay. I think Switch actually spotted him between the silos, but seems like Swatch actually won that one. I'm a little bit confused at the moment. Because it seemed like he even reacted to the top of the head, but for some reason wasn't posting towards the backside of it. Yomena, welcome to the stream, buddy. How you doing? Hello. A quick push towards the A side this time around. Even if they lose the first player, the trades are going to be amazing. Swartz actually comes out with a double kill. That's going to be too high with 1. And a couple of shots coming through that smoke. That's going to be Polo. Drop down high. And the save out of that M4 could be huge. Apogee, they haven't won the map yet, so if Ents actually start to pull these rounds back in, anything could be possible, especially when there's only 5 rounds to split them. So it's not going to just be buy rounds that we're gonna see. There has to be some save rounds in them too. The poles. The question is, are they going to be melting on their own map pick after doing such a good job too? Really want to get that control back in. Win this one with style and maybe challenge for their own. That's where we're going to be hopping into their own pick in about a second. It's going to be the kill on to Teme. Sorry, Teme dropping the kill on the Polo. Keep going. And the bomb goes off. Apogee on this round can't really do much. There's just got to be the singular deagle left to maybe try to go for that kill. Too high. Dropping down. The more, oh, actually gets that long distance kill onto Virtuoso. That's not that bad. Swartz helps himself with 1. And that's going to be the rest of it. They're not even going to lose their teammate. Left with just 8 HP. Not losing a player this time around. That's going to be good for ENCE. And looking at the score at the moment, yeah, it's getting a little bit closer. Of course, from Apogee, the only thing they need is just that one beautiful round to make this a 12. Just looking at the spots that they have at the moment. That's the molly for the secret. Anybody who's trying to play that angle are just gonna get burned, nothing else. This is just a slow round for ENCE. Just waiting for a mistake from Apogee. Anybody who wants to go for that bad timing, it's not going to be fun for them. And we're just playing a minute and 10 seconds off the clock already. Just look at this. Okay. It's welcome. Minute 20, actually. Sorry. Minute 25 now. So, Miltsy trying to wreak havoc outside. Trying to turn as many eyes outside he can. This is going to be Polo. Pulling from the controller. Miller's coming out with that first kill. The op works out for 1, but these trades are going to work out so much better at the moment. Even if they're actually losing players at the moment. Just look at the spots they have, but it's going to be switched. The double hold works out for 1. Deme goes down. Miltsy, the only thing he can do is just try to save that AK for the next one. This is exactly what we're talking about. Even if the round looks that good. And to be honest, for a second, I thought that ENCE actually had the control here. This didn't really go their way. Round that just flops to the ground. Outside the hut. Nobody's going to check on top. Victor who actually uses that for 1. That's going to be Prism and him to make that a second one. Even the P2000s are coming out, but the kills... Oh, the second I was about to say it, looked like ENCE had some kind of way back into that round, but it just gets absolutely nailed across. 13-7. And as quickly as that, after a couple of good... Wait a minute, did my... Yeah, I think my camera just froze. Okay, well, let's try to restart that. So, there we go. Does it work now? It's funny when it just absolutely crashes. Are we good? Yeah, we're back. Sorry for that one. Okay. Just went a little bit loco. But yeah, Ents Academy. Yeah, the problem was the CT side. Of course, on the T side, a couple of mistakes here and there, but it's okay. Not the end of the world. There were some couple of rounds that we were looking at. I think that was... Give me a second. I can actually see the rounds for what rounds we're talking about at the moment. Not really, but I think it was round... How many was that? Round 18? That they actually had one of the... Sorry, round 19. Yeah. Where it seemed like they actually had most of the controls towards the B side, but no, everything after that just went down the toilet. Even Milty had to just save that AK. And at the start, they got all the kills that they needed, but it was the refrags, the defense actually working from the side of the poles, doing a very good job at the end. Of course, this was their map pick, so it's not the end of the day. We are going to be hopping into Anubis, which is going to be Ents' own map pick. So let's see if they can actually reset everything after this one. It's not one of those harsh losses that they can have. It's their pick. Doesn't matter. Just focus on the second one. We good. And let's see if we can actually see a third map. That could be awesome. But yeah, let's take a little break and hop back in and check out if we can actually land into Ancient after Anubis. Welcome back. And welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time as we're going to be hopping into Anubis. It's going to be Ents Academy's own map pick, so they're going to be starting on the T side, and this is going to be the way to go. If you want to make something happen, you can still pull this back into Ancient. The third map is still on the board. As long as you can perform on your own pick. Of course, Apogee, they're looking into bringing this home with a 2-0 if they can. Already locking in Nuke, 13-7. Looking very good on that map. And the question is, what are we going to see from Ents on Anubis? At least we are going to be seeing a hit at the start. It's going to be just a one tap to the face Virtuoso. Getting the second one. This is just him picking bullets at the moment. A 3 versus 4. A very good defense at the start. Of course, if he stayed alive, that could have been a little bit better. That's what it is. Swiss from the back lines, ready to push in to whatever action is going to be given for him. It's got to be a player towards the platform too. Already pushed towards the CT spawn. One of them coming back to help out his teammate. And Swiss, if he finds the perfect timing, this could be just a one tap to one of the players. Miller not really that concerned about the A-side push. It's got to be the first line off the push. Look at that. Closu is going to be the one to push in. On top of the window, they already are on it. And even on top of the bomb, yeah, with the kits, this is definitely going to happen. Apogee, they retake the site, take out the win. And the pistol falls for them. Ents Academy, even a couple of men down. Still making this look actually okay. Especially getting that bomb down on the floor to get that extra bit of money. Here we go. What was that banger of a song before the match? I have no idea. I was singing Travis Scott's The Scots, though, so if you heard that, check it out on Spotify. Meanwhile, back inside the match, it's going to be Virtuoso just holding down that connector spot. This is going to be a light buy from the side of Ents Academy. Of course, they're just going to spend every single bit of money that they have, but going against the CT defense. Better weaponry is on the defenders. That's going to be Milty, already overpowered, overpushed. Polo gets that kill with the MP9. That's a little bit of money for him. And already a push towards the A side to actually catch one of the players. Witz goes down before, actually after he gets that kill. A nice couple of shots coming out of close. How did he win that corner? I think it was burning at that point. A Molotov under his feet. Still coming out with a double kill. A bit of a blunder from the side of Ents Academy, losing one of their starting players at the B outside. I think Canals went down the toilet at the same time. Trying to catch one of those timings to grind a bit more money. Well, bad start. Meanwhile, having a conversation about the main lineup as well. Seems like a lot of people are interested. What's happening with the Ents brand? Actually, the brand is doing well. No problems there. The rosters are well. The Ents Academy's roster is kind of interesting. I want to actually see them play a little bit more. The main lineup at the moment is definitely going through some hoops. Catch coming out of glove hoop, getting dinked, but it's going to be the Galil to take out the rest of the players. The triple kill coming out of Polo. Shut it down, shut it off. And Apogee, they make it a 3-0. Not a bad start to an enemy's map pick. Now the question is, can they actually keep this up? The more rounds, of course, they're going to pad here. In a way, more mistakes you can do after the sides gets changed, but of course you don't want to. And Teme, well, he's not actually being lucky enough to find a frag yet. But I have a good feeling that it's about to happen. Early fights towards the middle, just trying to make sure that nobody's going to be holding throughout those smokes. You can see the reaction. Oh, even the console gets popped out at that point. So everything is happening in this round at the moment. That's 1:20 left on the clock. Gloku. A very accurate corner here. It's going to be Teme with the kill on the Virtuoso. So, exactly what we're looking for. A way to open up that 0 to a 1. Prism. Nice angle towards the side. Anybody who wants to go for the plant might be cut off. Even the push coming in from the con. So, that's a good angle if you know what you're doing. Sometimes you can see some ops posting that, especially with the help out of their teammates. And this is just going to be a simplistic flash. Pop flash, nothing else. Waiting for that timeout. Timing, sorry. But a good catch coming in towards the canals there. Swish. Pushed out a main. Gets a little bit confused with that timing, but it's going to be too high to catch one of the players down. That's going to be the utility being used towards the B side. There's a lot of damage taken by those Molotovs. Even the second one in line drops. He's not going to even find one. Oh, it's going to be Gloku to jump into the action. But the problem is this is going to be a perfect round for ENCE. Look at that. Polo taking out his running shoes. No reason to hang on the side anymore. And here we go. Boom goes the bomb. Apogee, of course, they have a lot of money saved up. That is going to be one of the most padded CT side economies we've actually seen in a while. Even after losing a round, they can actually go even for a better buy. So that's the effect of not losing that many weapons on those early rounds. But of course, money is only money. You can't buy a round with them. You can buy the equipment for it. To try to fend off for it. Now let's see if they can either break and just win. Or are we going to be seeing the first two rounds chained together? Damn it, I think I broke my hand somehow. Well, that's interesting. Yo, commentator, tell Prism to start getting kills. Okay, sorry, but hey, Prism, yo! Yeah, you. Start getting some kills. Mr. Israel 302 is losing his bet or something like that. I'm not entirely sure what's happening, but... Precise, yeah. Thank you, bud. Thank you. Exactly like that. High flash for middle. Gloku. Just thinking a quick swizz of that middle, making sure that nobody's going to be pushing. That's going to be the utility to try to take the control. And... appreciate it. Swarch will be the first one to flash in. Okay, we're starting to see some good movement out of ENCE Academy, making sure that middle is open. And kind of loose, making a couple of steps here. Virtuoso actually gets that kill towards the canals through that smoke. That's going to be too high to go down. Macedonian player not really having the time of his life here. But they're still a very good chance to fight for this round, especially with the manpower that they have left. North Macedonia. It's going to be Glock with the defending kill. Quick trades coming out from the Tuk Tuk's temple, but it's going to be switched to come out with that double. The pillar play works out to a T. 15 seconds left on the clock. The worst timing to actually turn around for Millard. And that's going to be the bomb given on the plate. Swiss coming out with a triple. And Prism still with 0 kills on the board. How is that possible after I told you to get some kills? Not entirely sure. It's like it's their own game and they can't hear me. So, after winning a round, they will be giving one away. Not something you want to see if you're posting up the Gods logo. A lot of people hating on Prism at the moment, but just focus on the fact that he hasn't had that many opportunities. Yeah. He hasn't actually seen that much on the server yet, so you can't really fault him for that. He's only gone down once, so 12 ADR, just not getting that action. Let's see if he's going to get any in about a second, so field posting towards that B side, one of the sides where if you never get that action, you barely get to play at all. That's going to be the boost towards middle. If they're not careful with the peak here, Glocku can be dropped down. I'm not entirely sure if you can hear the drop from that distance. That's a lot of information in a way. Those flashes coming out. Prism will be the first one to join in. He goes down, gets the dink onto Milty. It's going to be the double angle to work out for one. Rito also could actually find the refrag here. If he wants to go for it. That's going to be at least a kill on to Swartz, but Milty gets the second kill. He's low on HP though. And from middle, oh, too high. Wait a minute, hey, you have to wake up here. That was the perfect timing for him to get a kill. Could have been a shot they needed. Swish pushing out. Spawning one of the players. It's a lot of information being given, especially not spawning anything outside of a B main. And getting that kill from Canals, especially from that spot, usually tells you it's going to be a full A-side hit, but the reaction coming in from Apogee just takes a little bit too long at the moment. They are reacting to it. This is definitely going to be a retake, knowing that one of the players is low in HP as well. Wait a minute. Are we gonna see a retake? You have 3 weapons you could save, but at the same time, you definitely want to try this one. That's gonna be the flash, especially when they're pushing like this. Polo actually finds the kill onto Teme. Ends. Are you giving this back? 14 seconds left on the clock. They definitely have the kits. That's going to be the kill coming out of Millard to bring it 1-2, but he needs to get more. The problem is he gets stacked. Somebody's on the bomb already. He doesn't get the kill. Oh, this is definitely happening. Oh my god. I do understand you want to be the one in control, but you never want to push towards the CT spawn that quickly. My boy. There was a little bit luckiness coming in for Apogee, having those positions that they had. Because for a second there, it looked like they were reorientating their hold more for a save. If they get the kills, they could go for it, but... well, that's exactly what happened. They did get the kills from both ends, even the AWP coming out and shining. That is just a way to give out a round. That was definitely Enz's round, as long as they just played it from the site. That retake was never gonna happen. Okay. At least the smoke contacts the player, and through the smoke doing a little bit of damage. Catches the player at the end portion of it, but it's a quick trade coming out of too high. And this is Prism just playing it from the platform. Gets that first kill. It's gotta be the op shot to miss. Quick trade coming out of too high again. Another shot for him, and this is just going to be Polo molested behind the side. He can't barely do anything. And through the smokes, they go. And are they actually... no, yeah, they're just getting into a little bit of a better spot. I think they want to go for the long push. Retake is going to be on. Switch is going to be the one to lead it. The bomb goes down on the board. Onto the floor. On the ground. Whatever you want to call it. This is exactly how they're going to do it. It's going to be a platform play coming out from the North Macedonian. Too high. First one to take out the push. That's going to be the smoke. To give them just a bit more space here. A quick trade coming out from Swiss. That molly is going to be huge. If he doesn't push out from it. Oh, God, it actually works out for a kill. Swartz keeps his head locked in. And that's a round for ends. It costs them everything, but it doesn't matter. As long as they win the round, that's important, I guess. Here we go. Here we go. Quick utilities being used at the start. This time around, it seems like they're going to change up the tempo a bit, but they're not going to go for the B-side play yet. This is just going to be a full 180 from the side of the CTs. Look at this. Canals control. Prism actually finds the kill through Millard. Gets that smoke kill. That's going to be Glocko with the push. Polo actually finds the second kill. At this point, they should know A side is open. 3-man play to get that bomb down. A couple attacks coming out from their own molly. For some reason, our automotive is just banning everything at the moment. Sorry for that, boys. Bad Autobot. Autobots, assemble. This definitely is going to be one of those retakes again. This time around, he's going to get a little bit quicker. Quick trades coming in towards the A main. Chuhai gets the kill on the switch, but Prism is there to trade that. And it's going to be the MP9 again, trying to go for that first line of attacks. Milty left in a 1 versus 2. Again, 10 seconds left. On the board, Spray is good for 1. Polo left in a 1 versus 1, but at this point, the time is up. There's nothing he can do. Milty plays this to perfection. 8 points of health left after that one. But as long as he wins the round, that's the most important thing. 3 on the board. Ents Academy, I think that's the first chain round that they have together. Ooh. Somebody like me on Tinder. Off we go. To what? I'm not entirely sure. Molly's dropping down. This is just going to be the AWP that they had from the last round. And even a P2000 showing his face here. Couple of attempts, but for a round like this, it's safe to say that the retake is off the cards. This time around, it's going to be a lot more harder. One was given, second was one attempted. Second one was attempted. But this is going to be one of those rare rounds where the bomb gets actually planted and nobody goes down. Even more rare could have been the fact if nobody took any damage. If anybody didn't take any damage, but yeah, round winner, 4 on the board. That's going to be Ents Academy with 3 rounds in a row. Apogee, to be honest, for an Anubis. I think my brain is trying to find new words at the moment, but yeah, for Anubis. That's not that bad. If you have a CT side, sorry, T side, everything is possible. I'm really just thinking about chicken wings at the moment. I really want that food. Miller is planning up for still on the Prism, trying to get a little bit more aggressive there. And it's going to be Miltsy with the kill onto Polo. A nice push coming in towards the canals for Glocko to get the kill onto Miltsy. So, we do get the quick trades. Wait a minute, Swartz is actually sleeping at this point. Swish easily brings it back to a 3 versus 3, and this is them gaining control of that A side again. Teme. Good catch. That's a very good kill on towards the broken wall. The op shot misses Millard. Uses that for his advantage. That's going to be Gloku left between the lines. He's going to be cut off from the bridge. And ends Academy. The Finns, with a couple of readjustments, are going to be bringing this to a tie, which is nice to see. More of this, please. Let's see if they can actually keep it up. Again, the op setup. This time around, they actually do have some weapons to fight with. It's going to be the 5.7s. Never underestimate these pistols. These things are wild, especially if you get close enough. Just a tap to the face and it's going to be enough. And it's very controllable too. You don't even believe it how many 1 versus 3s we've seen out of this. One cheap pistol. The 5.7, the Tarkov killer. The king of the West. That is going to be... Oh, they actually did have the timing for a second there. Teme, I'm not entirely sure if he heard that step. A couple of the players did make a little bit noise. And panning out to reactions, looks like he didn't hear anything. Because that definitely could have been a push towards that side at that timing, but it's okay. You don't actually have to go for any risky plays. Meanwhile, they do have middle control. By the way, I just noticed something. On towards the B site, on the top lane, that little square actually looks like a thumbs up button. Just saying. Connector. Overwhelmed with NS Academy players. That's gonna be switched with the kill. That's exactly what I was talking about. Just a tap to the face here. Actually finds the second one. That's gonna be the tag coming in. Even the op still finding a way to line up that shot, but it doesn't hit it. Miltsy comes out with one, and that is just going to be switched, trying to drop everybody down, but it just isn't enough. Miltsy, he saves this round with a 4K. Boy, was that close. That was so close to comfort. But at least NS Academy, they're taking the lead. There's still a round to be played for. And that actually starting to weird me out. That looks like a thumbs up button. Or like when you're playing the Thumb War, if anybody has ever played it with a friend. That looks like you have your hand on a fist and a thumbs up. If you can't see it, let me know. If you can't, maybe I'm still drunk. Or not like a thumbs up, maybe thumbs forward. Whatever you want to call that. CJ. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, brother. 1 minute 30 left on the board. That's going to be 125 this time we're saying it. NS Academy actually getting that logo to burn. And we're actually seeing some utility drop off. I can tell you're Irish, bro. I'm actually very far from Irish. Dominican Republic and from Finland. But that was a nice try. Oh, CJ actually remembers this. That's gonna be the middle peak double for nothing. Gloku got off by himself. That's gonna be the 1-to-1 trade. The second dink actually is good for the second one as well. Chuhai is here to actually bring it back. Oye, tú estás cubano. Bienvenido para el stream. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está la cosa yo? And Polo from the broken wall just holding it down with that op. Meanwhile, the rest of the players trying to find their spots, and it seems like B-side is going to be the play. Behind the smoke, there is a little bit of a chance. At the same time, on top of the smoke. Okay, Miller goes for the push. The boost kill. And it works out. From that angle, oh, every single push at the moment is going to be perfection from ends. And this is exactly what you want to see. Through that wall, it's just a little bit off. That could have been a headshot from Polo to give him just a little bit of a chance here. And let's see if they can actually keep this up. 7 on the board for ENCE Academy, shutting it down with 6 rounds in a row, I have to say. That's definitely a way to show their name on the server. Seems like we're getting a team that is finally waking up here. Meanwhile, Apogee, they started this off with a bang, but it kind of got silent towards the end. But they still have enough rounds to fight for, so... yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, brother. I did read something on the top. I grew up on my black side in Chicago. Learn Spanish now, my brother. Okay. So, let me know when you learn a little bit more. We can have a conversation in Spanish. So, how's the temperature in Chicago at the moment? Are there a lot of bullets? I'm just kidding, okay. We're not going to take it there. Our life here over at Finland is just way too boring. So, Chicago looks like a CS server. That's going to be the early kills. Gloku does actually open it up with that first one. Millard gets the quick trade, actually doubles it. It's going to be Teme with 1 as well. Still fighting for his life just to play a couple of seconds for his teammates. And it's just going to be an overrun. ENCE Academy bringing their pistol round, which makes it an 8. Ooh. Not a bad one. Okay. Five more kills from Too High. Well, that's basically done already. If we're gonna hop into a third map, you done at that point. You good. You good. So, all right. Seems like the bats have been woken up. Thank you. Ooh, it's okay, buddy. We good. Behind the cake, it's going to be Teme. Timed nade to make sure anybody who's trying to play that slow game towards that A side are going to be hit. This is Apogee actually not spending a dime on their buy at the moment, so they're just playing Glocks, nothing else. So as long as you don't get caught off, to be honest, we have seen some Glock rounds work out for the T's sometimes. If you're not careful. Okay, that flash was actually good Virtuoso. He's covered from it though, so he good, he good. Here we are. Already a minute 20 delayed off the clock. That's going to be the drop from the bridge, but this is just all trying to make some noise. And the real push is going to be happening towards that A side. It works out enough for them to rotate a couple of players, but this is just a clean round in a way. They only lose Teme. Swartz actually from the backline gets that double kill, sorry. It was a triple for Teme, so a little bit money for him. And this is exactly usually... This is what I'm usually talking about when we talk about the turnaround. So, if you're looking at the stats at the moment, especially with the new round system, ENCE Academy, if they win this round, that's going to be 10 on the board. Apogee, they barely have any money left. So, if they lose a round like this, that's going to be a huge problem for them. It's not the end of the world. They still have a chance, of course, but it's just a very tough spot to be at. Yeah, kind of have to play a almost perfect game after that one. Oh, that's a lot of nades left for Millard. Okay. An arsenal, especially with the new graphics. They look shiny. This will be Prism getting into prime spot here. Nobody's really holding down that middle at the moment, so it's just going to be a stack towards both of the sides. B side left into a little bit of a, well, cut-off situation. Nobody's here to even rotate. If they decide to go for the full destruction of that B side right now, this could actually be around 4 to the side of Apogee as long as they get the trades. Molly's being dropped behind the pillar. Still not even a movement, not even a twitch coming from NC's Academy. They really think this could be an A-side push. And finally, we're seeing the utility. Now you're seeing the movement. That took a little while, but doesn't matter. 30 seconds left on the clock. Still not a push towards the side. Finally on top of the platform. That's going to be the first line of the attack. It's going to be Connector coming out with one. Prism actually drops down Millard. But they still need just a little bit more. It's still retakeable. Well, now it's not. Now it's done. That is Virtuoso. Just stacking bodies left and right. Too high left alone in 1 versus 5. And Switch, well, grabs his last kill. Makes it a double kill for this round. 6 on the board. And if you win a round like that, everything is still on the table. So, this is exactly what we're talking about, especially now that you get to buy in. Looking at the economy out of NC Academy. Well, that's a direct save. Can't really do much at that point. This is going to be the rest of the players playing a very passive game on a round like this. I think they might be afraid of force buy here, especially out of those 5-7s. They did win a round like that before, so... actually, they didn't. They came into a 1 versus 1. That's a beautiful nade. Teme gets kind of woken up here. Of course, just pistols. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, this is kind of a risk-free round for them. Ooh, an acorn. Catch. Gets one more. Gloku. Maybe gets into a little bit of a bad spot there. Miller grabs that AK, but he's going to be almost cut off. Left with 14 points of health to play around with. There's a push coming in towards the middle already. Wait a minute, Prism. Where is that crosshair? I think it was ready for a way too deeper of a push there. Okay. That's definitely going to pull out a reaction from the chat, so it is what it is. Polo, I was thinking about this before. My brain finally came up with the answer. Polo looks like Config before he had to fight on the bar. Took me a little while, but yeah. That's definitely Config before the fight. So yeah, we're good. Nice catch from the long.
Terrorists win.
If you play like Prism for a day, it serves a life sentence. Well, I'm gonna tell you that we drank so many tequilas yesterday that it feels like a life sentence to be casting today. My head is killing me. But that's for the love of the game. Doesn't matter. You live through it. Never break the fourth wall, by the way, as a caster. I did it like 20 times today. Because we're not real people. It's all pre-recorded. Trust me. Okay. So, utility pops for middle this time around. We're still seeing a passive game funnel. We're getting a little bit more action towards the middle. It's got to be the nade used. Ready for that off angle. Anybody who wants to go for the quick pop behind that smoke are going to be cut off. And a nade to open it up. Of course, their teammates take a little bit damage off of it, but it doesn't matter. The play is going to be better. That is going to be Gloku. They're kind of trying to bait Apogee to go for that middle swing. These are some good spots for the T side at the moment. But you can see some pre-mature rotations coming out. The last time they hurt players towards the bridge, they went for an B-side execution, so... This is Ents just getting ready for it, but as you can see on the minimap at the moment, the bomb is getting just a little bit that closer towards that A side, and both of the players are very deep inside of it. This is one of those situations where Teme, he kind of has to get a double kill at least. try to hold down this round. And already losing a player. That's going to be huge. But Teme, exactly what's ordered, gets it out of their team. And that's going to be the bomb down on the floor. But how does Polo win that fight? Teme! That's not a fight you want to lose. 20 seconds left on the clock. A-side already has a player in it. That's going to be Miltsy behind a cake. And the crosshair is in a wrong place. That's going to be Glocko dropping him down. And how do they pull it back? With 10 seconds, the bomb goes down. And Apogee, brother, is that a way to win a round? We get everything. The drama, the action, the thriller. And from the retake, it's going to be too high to be spotted. Glocko actually still has the corner off that broken wall. It's going to be Switch to get the kill onto him. And Millard, well, as disappointed as he's in the pictures, wondering what happened on that defense. Teme, he pulls those 2 kills so perfectly at the start, but the problem is the easier kill. And okay, Teme at least did his work, but the problem is Miltsy. For a brink of a second, he's just focused on that platform. And that's exactly where the peak comes in. That's just a bad timing, nothing else. You can't really do much at that point. And that's how quickly you can lose the A side. We were talking about a third map before. This time around, I'm actually thinking about the fact that can Ents actually hold on to their own map pick. Did they lose the op? Wait a minute, what happened? I didn't notice that they lost the op. That's a bad thing. That's not a good thing. To be honest, we haven't really had that much impact from it at the start. Can't really fault him. This is one of those maps where you really can just navigate throughout those holes. Oh, electricity is very expensive today. 5-7s coming out to play. That's going to be the double kills out of them. If they got that kill just a little bit earlier, just a bit quicker, could have been around. But this seems to be a well-controlled round out of Apogee, and they actually are going to make this a tie. 9-9. If you say it with a German accent, it sounds like something very different. But yeah, it's okay. We are going to be hopping into round 19. This is the first time that Apogee, they could at least win the lead here. Or for Ents Academy to break whatever Apogee is actually throwing against them. And that's going to be the molly at the start towards the double doors. Burns being used from both sides. Quick smoke, and this time around it's going to be a little bit quicker. Ents Academy, are they going to be ready for this quick B-side play already on top of the molly? That's going to be Prism just a little bit confused on that push, but he opens up enough space for Swish to get that quick trade. It's going to be the one-to-one trade. Polo actually gets that kill through the smoke. That's going to be huge. And the smoke still holds up for a plant. Ents Academy, they're wondering what the hell was that? Apogee will be finding their first lead in a while. After the good start that they had. And that's actually a very good play from, in a way, a very good play from Prism. Of course, he could have amounted a more of a damage of that round if it was just focused on the right things, but it opens up enough space. There was a bit of too much of a gap between those players. Not a fan of that, but it gives out the information for that one-to-one trade, which opens up the whole B side. And Ents Academy, it seems like they keep falling for it. Already saw Simo around towards that A play, where they did get the first entry, losing a couple of players after that. And that miracle one-to-one duel. A Tech 9 behind a box. And Ents Academy, we weren't actually talking about the fact that we haven't really seen that many timeouts. Finally, we're seeing some. We really need to take those. Sometimes just to calm down. Sometimes to maybe talk about what the first contact areas are. For example, we have seen a lot of middle side pushes so far. Apogee, they seem to be just masking it. So the idea is to have a lot of middle control throughout the rounds. And from there, you can actually just go for whatever pop you want to. It's kind of masking the attack that they have. Sometimes they're pushing towards middle. Sometimes they're going to go for an A-side split. And, well, on the last round, they decided to go for the B-side split. With a couple of players dropping from the bridge. Works out to a T. And that's exactly what kind of a belay book you want to hold. I'm not entirely sure what that sentence was. Let me try to readjust that. So that's exactly the type of plan you want to have on the T side. Some very good kills coming at the start. That's going to be Milty with the opener. Chuhai gets the quick trade. So they're a man up. Molotov for the A main to push out Virtuoso. Some very good fights at the start. Good trades coming out. Wait a minute. These entries are perfect at the moment. Prism just takes a little bit damage, but that's the round. Wait a minute. That happened so fast. A double entry coming out from Apogee and ends. I think both of the players still didn't really realize what really happened on that A main. So that was a first peek coming out of Virtuoso. He went back and Prism at the same time took a second swing. So on the eyes of the CTs, it looks like a very quick double peek. But what actually happened was that the player switched. So it's a magic trick, a known one. Now you see me, well, now you're dead. Kaboom.
Terrorists win.
Hopping into round 21. We're not just talking about a lead anymore. Look at the straight of these rounds. 6 rounds in a row. All right, let's try that again. 6 rounds in a row, 11 on the board. And the problem here isn't even the fact that they're leading these rounds, is that they were looking so good on the T side. And we have seen some good tries out of ends, but the problem is, Apogee, they're really giving them a fight at the moment. Like I was saying before, this is the lower bracket games. This isn't... well, there isn't another chance after this one. You're done, you're out. Of course, for the winner, they live to survive to play another match. Out the winners of... don't even remember. I think it was Astralis Talent going against Adept. Yes. Okay. I'm not that old yet. Check out. Yeah, Adept's going against Astralis Talent. So the winner of this one needs to go against them on the lower final. And after that one, it's going to be the dropper of the upper bracket. So Spirit Academy going against NAVI Junior. The loser of that is going to be their opponent. And Apogee, already a minute 10 being played off the clock, and you just these passive positions, even though they have a lot of map control at the moment, they're really not going for much at the moment. And Academy giving them the space they need to be the leaders that they need to be. It's got to be the Molly in front of the con. Perfect timing for it. 20 seconds left on the clock. This is definitely going to be a side hit. The only thing they need is just a clean entry, and that's going to be enough, and that's exactly what they're going to get. Twofold, to be honest. The bomb needs to get down now, but it's going to be the utility to push out Millard. The nade is going to be, well, a nice try in a way. Ends Academy. It feels like they're just getting pushed into a tighter corner every single time they try to go for whatever to try to go for, and that's just going to be Millard. Quick kill onto Switch, but Kalaku comes up with a quick trade. It's a 2 versus 2 behind a cake. A little bit of a sloppy spray at the moment. The bomb is planted in front of the cake. This is Polo. The only thing he needs to hit is this first shot. Oh god, he goes for a little bit too deep of a peek. And this will be Ents Academy bringing it to a 10. Oh boy, that's a good retake too. Apogee maybe dropping the ball on a couple of spots there. Behind a cake. That was way too sloppy of a spray coming out. Of course, at that point, the Opera has been left in a role where he kind of has to perform. Has to do something at that point. So it's just a tough situation to be at. Especially seeing that smoke falling onto the site. Not fun. Now let's see. Is there a chance for the third map? Anubis is way closer than we were anticipating. And just looking at Ancient, it's got to be a 43% for the side of Apogee with 7 maps played. 33% for NS Academy. 3 maps being played. Only 1 victory in that map. Exactly enough of maps being played to get that stat for HLTV. And looking at the round, full push towards the B side. That's going to be too high to actually catch one of the players in between. Good frag from him. So, even if they lost the site, they still have control on the players. What a catch. That's a lot of cheeks being shown for the CT side to get that frag. Another attempt for the plant, but it's going to be Swartz from the back lines. And Polo, well, he can't find Marco anymore. That's a bomb flash. And a jumping, what are we seeing at the moment where it works out? Teme makes this an art. A bit too much of cheeks being shown on that B side, which gives them a couple of kills too high. Using that Long's broken wall for his advantage. It works out to a team. Nice to see it. Up being lost. What am I looking at? This is Counter-Strike 2. This isn't Valorant. This is where men are made. A main control. That nade almost hits the top of Virtuoso and loses 8 points of health. That's not that bad. Just looking at the rest of the round at the moment. I've been playing with 3 players towards that A side for a little while now. The first peek coming out, Millard. Perfect position for that first shot. Virtuoso takes it like a man, goes down. Meanwhile, B side will be lost. This is a lot of control, especially with that frag. Prism opens it up for their teammates. That's going to be the molly on top of the site. It's going to be a kill for Teme. Polo goes down. But the bomb will be planted. Now the question is, what kind of after plant positions do they have? Especially a couple of men down with Prism very low on HP. This is going to be Switch needing to do a lot of work here. And on the other side of that wall, they're not ready. Too high is testing everything. Prism finally goes down. That's going to be the kill onto him, but it's not going to amount for much. Switch goes off easily. And off we go. To 12 after doing so much. Apogee. If they could actually bring this to an overtime, that would be amazing. And this is a known trait for CS. After actually pulling the game so close, a long overtime. It's just that one round where it all goes tits up, and just look at that. Even fully blind, they just do their work. It's going to be Miller with a double kill. That's going to be Teme with 1 Closu and Prism. They do drop their counterparts, but they need more. That's going to be smoke on the left side of that cake. A good spray coming out from Milty. And a 1 versus 2. Spawning one of the heads, but the bullet spots hiss. We are going to be hopping into Ancient, and 13 to 11, I have to say. Nice job from NS Academy to actually hold their heads cold after getting a little bit flustered. I'm not entirely sure what that camera angle is. Again, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Why does it keep doing that? Hello, camera. wake up. Are we okay? Seems like we are at the moment. So yeah, we are going to be taking a little break, as we are going to be hopping into Ancient in about a second. So yeah, like I was saying, Ancient is a 43% win rate for the side of Apogee. They have 7 maps being played, so that's going to be 4 maps for them. 5 maps of a loss. Meanwhile, for Ens Academy, 33%. So 2 losses, 1 win, with 3 maps being played. We're going to take a little bit of a break, hop back when we're ready, and check out what's going to be happening on Peru. See you there. the maps went towards the pickers. And in a way, everyone went across the plan, even if it got just a little bit closer on Anubis. And after the knives, we get to see what sides they're going to be going with. So, this will be a bit of an questionable map for ENCE Academy. Meanwhile, Apogee, like I said, they had a 43% win rate on this map with, I think it was 4 maps out of 7 that they won, losing 5 of them. So this is a little bit of a questionable map pick from both of the teams. Sorry for that. What the hell is that? Okay. Yeah, but it is what it is. We are going to be seeing both of the teams trying to do their best on Ancient, and this will be an interesting one in a way. So a lot of chances, a lot of opportunities. And I kind of want to see what's about to happen. I haven't really seen Ancient in a while from ENCE. I think I've seen one. And the question is, as we're going to be seeing Apogee play it, never actually seen them play this map. Actually never seen this roster play together at all before this day. So everything is kind of new for me, for both of these teams. Checking out as Apogee, they did win the 9th round. They're going to go for the CT side. Meanwhile, ENCE Academy are going to be happy with the T side. Let's go. That's going to be Prism with the first kill on the Swart. Too high. Gets the quick trade on the Glocko. That's got to be him with the second kill as well. Virtuoso drops 1. So, trades are at least stable. Meanwhile, the second I'm going to say that's going to be Virtuoso with the kill onto Too High. Maybe getting it just a little bit too excited there in the middle. The bomb will be planted, but this is a man up on the retake. They have to be a little bit careful here. Teme has been tacked down to 56, but still not one body shotable behind the pillar. They can hear every single step. That is going to be the push. Millard actually comes up with a very good kill through the smoke. Goes for the other edge of it. They're actually going to stick it towards the bomb. Nobody's here to pick it. That took way too long for them to react. And there we go. Millard, he makes this a triple. Plays it to upper. That was a good round. That was a good round for them. A man down. A good start at the middle. But the middle play, and Millard just takes a roll on this one. Drops everybody. Why do I keep betting on Apogee, thinking it's gonna be an easy week? That's a good country song. Every single day. That's a good question. A very good question. Meanwhile, we're getting answers to other questions. That's got to be the pit push. Too high. Let's spot most of the players. This is going to be a buy round out of Apogee. They actually get the kill. Now this caster is talking bad. Like I'm literally white to lose my money. Not entirely sure what that meant, but that's okay. Virtuoso with a kill towards the A main. That's going to be Polo with the second one. Good trades out of Milton Millard. One of them losing their life, though. And a 3 versus 2. Both of the players very low in HP on the side of Apogee, but they have Prism fully locked in. I'm gonna report to stream Dog, emailing EPL as we speak. Can you tell them to give me a raise at the same time? Drop my name, brother. A site will be occupied at the same time. This is going to be that flash popping in. And Millard with Too High. They're taking a little while here. Quick catch coming out of Too High. Dropping down Glocko. And the bomb will be going down. This is them trying to fight for this round. This is actually ENCE having the better buy this time around, but it didn't go towards the plan. The other side of that A main push. Wait a minute. Swish actually wins that fight for a second there. I thought that was Miller's winning that round. And too high. Did he clutch this? That's going to be the catch to bring it back to a 1 versus 1, but a 10-second defuse already on the bomb. Oh, too high. He's taking way too long to react to this one, but of course, finally baiting out the player. He's playing this so well. Oh, the balls of steel. No more time. It's done. Apogee coming so close with a full defuse. If Prism actually held it in, that could have been a win. Did you hear me, Strees? 1 versus 1. Still not around for you. Here we go. 2 rounds on the board. A very close one for Apogee, but not enough to taste the rainbow. You gotta taste the rainbow. The bokiest I and you. Alright. This will be the silence out of a round like this. And we are getting some action. The only thing we're missing is Hoff from the channel. Prism, just getting a little bit closer here at the start. It's got to be A main control at its best. If he could step in with kill to the bottom, there's a player on the right angle. Teme is ready for that swing. That's gotta be the Finns. Actually, Finn and the Macedonian coming out with their... Ah, sorry, that was actually the wrong player. Good entries. And in a way, that I wouldn't actually even call that an entry kill. That was more of a defending kill to open up the round, because Apogee, they kinda gave that one away. Can someone explain to me why Apogee keep losing? Well, they keep losing rounds. That's how you lose the game. You don't win, you lose. That's the life. 50 seconds left. Good catch on the side of that smoke. It's going to be switched with a kill, but it's not enough. Millard gets the quick drop onto him. And with a man up, this is actually still doable. Steez. Everything is still on the table. This could be a round for you. Trust me. Long corner has to work out. Oh, forget it, brother. I was just joking. And too high. We'll be opening up that long. That's going to be the AK save. And to be honest, this isn't actually that bad. This is just Apogee testing the waters at the start. Of course, Ents is looking bonkers at the moment. So very good place already. They had a little bit of a hiccup on a second round, but at the end of the day, not that bad. It's when the real weapons come out, and I'm talking about the AWP. That's where it gets interesting. The AWP. Drop me up, please. Boom. Snuggles Prime. Hey, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you doing? Do you still have my underwear? Off we go. So, let's see what kind of a round we're gonna get. AK with a couple of pistols. And 5.7s are known to wreak havoc even in this map. It has so many 180 corners. And close corners too, where the CTs can do a lot with these pistols. To be honest, I'm a little bit confused that not everybody's just buying 5.7s all the time. Just leaving that Deagle even. The 5.7 is very aggressive at the moment. Glocko. He finds the first kill onto Miller, maybe getting a little bit too excited there. That's a weapon on the floor that they can actually pick up at the moment, and nobody's really holding it. That's the bomb on the other side. Finally, they're reacting from the lane. We're seeing some kind of a game here. And that's going to be 50 seconds left on the clock again. Apogee. In a way, the best looking round that we've seen in a while. That's got to be the drop smoke to play off a couple of seconds even more. If they want to go through that smoke, that's going to be a tough time. Wait a minute, this could be actually doable, especially through the smoke. That's going to be Polo to find that kill. Gloko gets the second one. And that's going to be too high to drop down Prism. And I told you, brother. Apogee, they're just testing the waters at the start. Of course, winning one of the... Well, in a way, one of the best rounds they can. That is going to save them some money. And that's 3 AKs being picked up. A very good round. Ends Academy. Maybe a little bit too simplistically trying to get through that smoke. But it is what it is. Italian. Double nade stack towards middle. It's still a 5 from the Finnish Macedonian, I don't remember the last flag, squad. Good frag towards the long. Oh god, the second they win it, they just give it away. That is going to be the quick trade for that weapon, and the call out has been given. They have to save. There's no reason to even attempt a retake here. The absolute second they win one. Ends Academy. Pull it back. Very good round. And to see a change to that tempo. I love it. Wish we had more of that. A full playbook with different stuff. Boom. Goes the bomb. And just looking at the table at the moment. A little bit of a time out here to discuss the victories of that last round. That actually worked out very well. If they spotted the little problems they had there, long player had a very large gap. To be honest, for a Max 10 player to get that deep inside the long without anybody catching him, not a flash or the long player being ready for it, that's just crazy. So for our entry that crazy, it's just insane, I have to say. Until it will be set off. That's going to be the molly on the other side of it. And here we go, Swarch leading the victory. Already a player down. Virtuoso low in HP. Good trades coming in from the lane, but in a way, they have the man advantage. But wait a minute, what was that? Polo just looking for the answer there. Does get the flick on to, or whatever you want to call that, onto Teme. The bomb still in the control of Ems. And that didn't work out for the Opera at all. That's going to be a dropped player still. Virtuoso very low in HP. Just a single bullet is going to be enough from that AK. And the bomb will be planted. We already saw one of these rounds on Anubis, where they pulled it back. Now the question is, can they actually do it from the backside of that box? I'm not entirely sure what Virtuoso is doing. Pushing onto the side by himself is a bad move. Now it's going to be a legit 2 versus 2. And then Academy, they're going to be just enjoying this moment at the moment. Getting into these spots at the moment. Gloko actually spots one of the players. That's going to be the smoke on top of the bomb. They could actually go for the defuse right inside of it. But the push coming out, that's going to be the first player. A nade to open it up. And a swing coming out. I think they have the time. A second is what they're left with. I think that was Miller, sorry, at the end. The only thing he needed to do was literally just play a second off the clock. Of course, it's a little bit of a tough spot. They thought they were on top of the bomb already. But on the brink of that here, they barely win this round. Oh my god. Go. Too high. We'll be holding down the pit. Lurking around here. Catch out of Swiss at the start. Milsey gets the quick trade. That's going to be Virtuoso with the trade. At least Swartz comes out with his own. That's going to be too high again with one. Ends. The best form to pull it back. Good catches coming out. Wait a minute. Prism and Polo, they do pull it back in a very good form. But the problem is the bomb has been dropped on top of the site. And that means too high. He needs to swing into action. Wins. He doesn't win it for a second there. It looked like he had the crosshair on point. A bit of a ball drop coming out of Ents. And not for the first round either. There was a couple of rounds that they could have already won. Maybe have 6 on the table. At least 5. So, good work from Apogee. Not a bad job at all. Just a round away from bringing this to a tie, and just looking at the weaponry at the moment. That's going to be Glocks and Tech 9. With a Pichu Fidi. Glock, cool. Just taking a quick peek towards the lane. Nobody's been spotted, so. And it's kind of playing a trappy game at the moment. Anybody who wants to go for the information, they're going to have a hell of a time. This is just a very slow round. Amid it being played off the clock. And as long as Apogee don't take the bait, this is supposed to be their round every day of the month. I'm not entirely sure if there's even a way of losing a round like this. Of course, if the Tech 9 goes absolutely ballistic. But with 30 seconds left on the clock from the T pit. To get on top of the B side that cleanly is just going to be absolutely a miracle. They do spot one. Okay, that's a nice trade. Polo, at least drops too high. Big swing towards the cave. They get the second trade. Damn it. That's just a bullet like Matrix, and that's got to be the duelist to find the last kill. Apogee, they bring it to a 4. And this means that the start doesn't matter anymore. Looking at the money at the same time, that's not a lot saved. Losing a couple of players there. Not the end of the world, but it does impact the economy. If they lose a round here, in a way that could be kind of horrible. Not just Ents Academy winning a round. That could be that could be them getting 2 in a row now. Depending if they want to even go for the 4 spot, that could actually even be worse. Nice catch through the smoke. That's going to be Glocko with the perfect timing there. Too high, gets the quick trade on the Prism. Shot through the smoke. Works out for 1. Meanwhile, Virtuoso gives the same antidote. So a man up, Apogee. And here we go. B side will be compromised in a second here. Already a couple of players in there, not going to go for the bomb plant directly. Trying to get that one-to-one trade. That's going to be the nade on top of the sights. Trying to bait those out at the same time. Polo takes care of Miller. That's going to be the second missed shot. Teme could actually pull it back. That's going to be the double he needs. And off that smoke. Switch on top of the box here. That's going to be his, actually, it's going to be his teammate on top of the box. Teme pushing again at the perfect timing. That's going to be the reloaded AK, low HP, just a bullet. Oh, he misses the shot. Glocku. And that's going to be them. Even the picked up op. Apogee, they do take the lead here. 5 on the board, Ents Academy. Again, I have to say, a couple of rounds here at the end that they're losing. The most uncomfortable ways we have been seeing so far. Here we go. Early flash. Ents Academy, to be honest. Not that much they have to fix. On the ways they get on the side is going to be the way to hold it. Some good plays being given. Very well played round coming out of Swiss. Even, alright. Turning around for that 4th kill. Too high behind the square, just waiting for that 1 kill, but it's not going to happen. Glocku shuts it down. And no hope to leave a mark on that economy this time around. Now, if they lose a round, there's enough. No, there's not enough. Close to enough money to actually go for a full buy. They can go for something. Miksi ensilaadukset on aina pihtipuhtaan heittokarnevaaleilla? Sulla on kyllä mielenkiintoinen lausejärjestys, mutta eipä siinä mitään. En minä tiedä. Kysyn niiltä. Me kysyn Natulta. Kai se on paljus tällä hetkellä. We are hopping back in. Sorry, that was the secret code for match fixing in Finnish for threes or whatever his name is. So for the pen. Glocku gets the first kill on the Miller. That's gonna be Virtuoso through that smoke. Not bad of a start there. At least they get 1 through that smoke. Now the question is, what's the script like for the rest of the game? Are they going to be turning this around? That's going to be the bomb drop. Oh, the perfect catch at the end too. The bomb drops on the floor. And that's Milty actually getting even 1 more kill. And this could be a spot for... Wait a minute, Teme is actually doing a little bit more work here. That's got to be the second kill. First kill for him, but the problem is he turns away at the perfect timing. Or worst timing for him. And Polo enjoys that frag. It's going to be 8 for him. Joo. Kyllä. Älä peljästy. Suomalainen olen. After a long Anubis, not actually receiving an overtime, but they do win it after winning every, almost playing every, actually, yeah, playing every single round of the regulation, 13-11. Ents Academy needing a tactical pause here to talk about what's happening at the moment. The CT side is starting to work out just a little bit too well. But if they could win the 5th round, that's actually not that bad of a T side. Very decent. You can do a lot with it. if you have a CT defense. Maybe they can make a couple of betters here in the chat. Just crazy if they do that. That's a lot of rounds in a row for Apogee. That's 6 already being brought back in. The question is, can they make it a 7? Early nade to open up that smoke preemptively. And that's Milty with the entry. Good kill on the Glocku. And just looking the CT defense, they're really focused up on that B side of the moment. That's going to be the nade to open up the middle smoke. Oh, he's not ready for the lane peek. Bolo gives himself on a plate. That's the second entry for Ents. And now that I'm thinking about it, if they actually win this, a win on a pistol could be a lot for the side of the fence and few players from other regions. Meanwhile, Apogee, even if they lose this round, as long as they take care of the pistol round, that should be good for them. Yeah, nobody's at the B site. Very clean at the moment, so no reason to save anymore. This is going to be an attempt on that retake wards. That lurker drops a couple of players. Person needed to do some miracles to win this round. It's definitely not going to happen. That's going to be the 5th round of the board. Ents Academy looking like they're on fire after losing 6 rounds in a row. At least they did a good enough of a job on the T side. So there were a couple of rounds. In total, I think there was 4 rounds they could have won, but 3 rounds they kind of gave it away. One was individual, but hey, mistakes like that happen every now and then. You might be a little bit off with your crosshair. That's not the end of the world. But there were a couple of off after plans that they could have either played a little bit slower, have a little bit better angles, maybe help teammates just a little bit more of those spots. But that's why you play. You fix those mistakes later on. And this pistol is actually very important, as this is match point for the maps at the moment. The winner of this one goes through for the lower bracket final. Meanwhile, the loser is going to be disqualified, or eliminated is the right word. Too high. Defending 2 kills already. That's going to be Ents. Just a step closer towards that 6th. And this is going to just be a mayhem at the moment. Oh, it's just a blenderized round. Everybody trying to get away from that same spot. It's just not working out. And Polo will be the only one to get a frag on this round. And the T side kind of crumbles here at the start. It seems like they had an idea to push in towards that A side quickly, but they kind of chickened out after losing a couple of players. I never understood that, because afterwards it's going to be even a lot more harder. Because you get the retakes, you get, rotations, everything. Better angles from the CTs. And now, even the caps locks has been unlocked in the chat. Thank God I'm not a better. Here we go. First round, and people are losing hope already. Classic Counter-Strike. Molotov for the pit, that's going to be nade as well. A lot of utility will be used at the start, but a beautiful catch coming out of Teme. Loku catches one of those kills at the perfect timing. That's got to be switched with a kill on the Swartz, and Miller does his job at the same time, but fully blind can't really do much after that. It's a 3 versus 3 with another kill coming out of that Tech-9. And this is just one-sided at the moment, but they do bring it back to a 2 versus 2 retake. Teme and Chuhai, both of the players, They have enough HP to play around with it. They definitely should go for this one. I'm not entirely sure what's taking so long. There's 10 seconds of a defuse in front of them if they don't go now. And that will be Prism from the side of that box. It's going to be the smoke on top of the plant, and they kind of have to go for it. Somebody needs to step into the side right now. They don't have the time. They're finally sticking it in, and it's going to be through the smoke. Does he have the knife kill? Yes, he does. If he had the kits, that could have been defuse. Ents Academy, they took way too long to get on top of the site, and that literally leaves them with one opportunity, and it is to stick it for the biscuit. Here we go. Not a bad round to win. FIFA Esports has 10 viewers. Yes, that wasn't the answer. That wasn't an answer, brother. You just asked another question. You'd actually be the first person I'd tell in this chat to. Don't skip school. Keep working on yourself. So, this is going to be a quick round, or a quicker round, as they are going to be pushing in towards the donut. They do have the right senses. They're going to be clearing a main, and at the moment I'm not entirely sure what Ents is doing, but it's okay. This is going to be a little bit of a cheaper round. Apogee, 9 on the board. Quick one, too. Keep it up, buddy. That was awesome. Chef's kiss. I'm not in school, brother. We see it. We know. It's very clear. That was just a quick round to get it off of our chest, as we are going to get into a full save here. And it seems like they're just bleeding rounds at the moment. I hate but love Donut at the same time. Me too. It's a hate-love relationship. No, it's actually, you're the first one who can actually take a couple of shots here in the chat. I love it. A lot of people get angry very quickly. I'm a broken person. Let's see if the USBs can actually find anything. Oh, that's too high. That is going to be at least a kill from Teme to drop down Swish, but the problem is the control they have lost. Even if they're man up at the moment, they could go for the retake here, but the problem is huge. Oh my god, that nade was huge. Even the Molotov on top of it. Oh, this is just going to hell at the moment. Polo gets a double. That's Virtuoso, we won. And oh boy, did the lead fade quickly. Don't say that, Mr. K. Okay. And I'm about to crash out. To be honest, at the moment, your team is doing well. It's going to be the first gun round that really interests me. If Ents could actually win it, we could be talking about maybe a game here, but the problem is we're getting to that scoreline where Apogee, they're getting very close to that 12 already. So, Ents, if they lose the second gun, the next gun round that they're going to go for, and depending how many weapons they lose, this could be it. Let's see. Oh, Ecstatic is playing today. I didn't know that. Is Ecstatic playing today? There's so many games now. It's cool in a way. So a lot of teams get... Yeah, they're playing against Game Gladiators. Gladiators, sorry. Nodios, Craig, and Nikodas, Roy, and Queenix. That's the lineup for them. GG. Interesting lineup. Nikodos has been a little bit of a journeyman. Feels like he's been on every single team from Tier 3. Tier 3 to Tier 2, so interesting time for him. This has been a very long best of 3 so far. That's the Molly 4, the Simples angle. Good flash for middle. Fully blinded himself, by the way. That's going to be Schwartz with a double kill. Okay. Exactly what we were hoping for Ents Academy. Now they just have to squeak a little bit more. That's going to be Schwartz. I think he has the idea of just backing off. That could be the right way. Doesn't have that much HP to play around with. And Gloku. That's the flash on top. He heard the steps. Could he go for the headshot? That's exactly what's about to happen. A triple kill, even low on HP. That's not a bad shot from him. A player from Georgia just giving us a show at the moment. 1.42 rating on a Nuke. Even when the team was losing, he was actually doing a very good job. And at the moment he's posting a 1.09, so stacked up with Miltsy. Actually, the best rating on the server at the moment is Swiss with 138. Of course, this is not counting the map that we are in at the moment, so it is what it is. 106 ADR for the side of Chuhai. Everybody else under that 79 point. Meanwhile, on our enemy team, it's going to be 93 for Swiss, so he's been having a good game today. Let's see if he can actually keep it up. Oh god, that flash was very white. Meanwhile, Prism getting into a little bit of a better corner here at Cheetah. This will be Virtuoso. Holding some interesting corners. Anybody who wants to take a peek from red, we're gonna have a hell of a time. Oh, that off shot just missed. We've seen Miller actually comes up with a double kill this time around, but the problem is he still goes down. So 1-2 trade, that actually works out for them. That's a bullet very close to the head of Schwartz. But the off shot from Prism is actually good for 1, but the problem is he leaves his teammate alone in a 1 versus 3. Ents Academy, they survive with 2 players, but it gets very expensive very quickly. So the op will be brought back and recovered for Millard. So he missed the first shot, but he actually hit the double. I like that one. Sometimes you take 2 with 1 bullet. By the way, this is a question for the chat, as we have been seeing enough of CS2 already. Don't focus on CSGO. How many kills with a single bullets have you seen so far in this version of the game with an AWP? Have we seen a triple stack? I don't think so. Definitely not an ace. A 4K is out of the table. Have we seen a triple kill with an AWP yet? Meanwhile, we have a very good looking round. That's going to be Milty and Fene. Fending off the B side, but finally that flash is going to be just enough to get the trade to bring it back to 2 versus 2. Virtuoso needs to make sure that pit is not going to go fully wild. That's going to be the wine bottle thrown towards the line. The Italians are going crazy for that one, but it doesn't matter. Millard gets one of the defending kills to actually pull it back to a 1 versus 2, so they can actually go for the side retake. 17-10 at the moment on the scoreboard. Polo gets behind that smoke. The config couple. The copy of config trying to hold it down. That's going to be the smoke. That's actually a well-placed smoke this time around. And I think the round is done. Yeah, Polo has no idea where to post this crosshair. And that's going to be the round. Ents Academy, they're bringing this very close now. There's an old Battlefield clip of a guy lining up 6x headshots with a sniper. Yeah, Battlefield is a different game. Because on CS, Battlefield, games like Battlefield and COD, you just have way too many players running around and respawning all the time. So you get a lot of opportunities. But on CS, if the T's don't push onto you, you're never gonna see that. So, of course, you might get lucky with a push like that we saw from Millard. You got a double, though. But I'm actually interested. Has anybody done a triple kill with an AWP? Have we seen that yet? I don't think so. I used to play Battlefield 3 on a laptop, sounds like a jet engine. Yes, my friend actually had to do that. I actually have some old Battlefield clips on my YouTube channel, so it's a long time ago. Back in the days. Caster, how long have you watched, played, and casted CS? Maybe casted for 7 years, something like that. Maybe a little bit less, 6. I started before Corona, yeah. Yeah, like 5 or 6 years, something like that. And played for 15 more. Sorry, a lot more. 17 years, maybe 20, I'm not sure. I'm too old. I forgot where my car is at the moment. I left my car to the city. I have to go and get it. That's gonna be fun. Your voice kind of familiar. Ever casted big games? No, I'm just drunk. My friend is hungry. So, that's the round for Eds. 4 rounds in a row. Chances for Apogee to win. Let's see if they can actually convert this round. Or it depends what this round looks like. Even if they win it, sometimes you can win by a hair. And lose it after that. I don't know. I don't know. To the big ships and towards the Torre. Yeah. Yes, I do Dominatrix ASMR videos. How did you know that? Long holds. That's got to be the pick coming out of pit. Apogee opening up that AB side. Finally, something starting to work out. That's going to be followed with the second kill as well. Milzi gets a shot through the smoke. And Virtuoso holding down the backlines. Too High finally gets the trade, but I think this is going to be a save from the side of Ents Academy. And this is exactly what I was talking about. It's not just the chance of winning the round, it's what it looks like. And at the moment, it's looking very good for Apogee. Does a 5k grenade kill count in a show match? Well, it's not an op, but it's an interesting one. Show match, it has rules in them, where some rounds they might have like a HE that kills you in one shot or something like that, so that's not it. But it is interesting because the more that we play, the more chances we get for those insane kills. For example, Donk already topping up the scoreboards. We have had what is it called? Sorry, my brain just skipped for a second. We have had score for the longest game already. So, yeah, in a way, I kind of want to see more of that. And that kind of brought me to the question that, have we actually seen a triple kill with an op already? And not just like bang, bang, bang. I'm talking about a single bullet. To be rare. A good shot from middle. That's going to be Swartz just picked up. That didn't work out at all. Apogee, a man up at the moment. Of course, taking a lot of damage at the start. That's going to be Prism and Swiss very low in HP. They have to be a little bit careful now. A single bullet, trace, whatever is going to fly past them, even if it's a butterfly at this point. Could be enough to take their life. Sometimes you have to shoot your teammate just a bit to make sure that he knows he's on your side. That's the brotherly love. Now let's see if they can actually pull this back. The previous round looked like it was banging. The problem with this one is very low on HP. A single nade, Molotov, whatever hits them, it's done. Molotov for the back boxes here. That's gotta be the flash. And this is all just for show. They're just faking A side, nothing else. Focusing on that B side at the moment. Prism doing anything he can. G-High, the only thing he has to do is just try to fend off the cross. He doesn't have to dive for the bomb plant. At this point, the money isn't an issue. Oh, that wasn't that far away. Almost that timing hitting. Still trying to look. Okay, now it's getting a little bit wild, but even a little bit more damage done. Virtuoso hitting 47. And that's going to be a kill coming out of Miller for the middle player, Prism. Can hold down for the lurk. And that's going to be Polo trying to hold down his angle. Nice catch coming out of Millard. A shot to the face. That's going to be the retake, working out to a T. Even Virtuoso taking care of that is going to be the round. Look at that. Ends Academy. They will be bringing it back to a tie. 11-11 on the board. 1-1-1. A lot of ones in the chat. Meanwhile, that was a kind of a ball drop. We were talking about Ents having similar rounds after they get that bomb down. Issues here and there. But this time it seems like Apogee on their own after plant having a couple of hiccups. And we actually even have a game after this one. Astralis is playing on the main league at the moment. And on our league, Astralis Talent is going against Adept. So, games all around. A lot to wish for. I like it. Bit of a timeout there. Finally getting back to the round. It's getting wild at this point. Kind of want to see where this is going to be leading into. Are we gonna see an overtime game? Could this go to an full reset? Utility will be used. That's going to be Tema with utility in his hands at the moment. He really wants to throw the smoke here at the start. Get that gun up. It's going to be a molly on the floor. Miller starting off the round with a kill on the Swiss. Very nice way. Oh god, look at the lurk. Glocko is definitely going to have a time of his life at the moment. And this is just going to be a tough spot to be at, especially when they lose the long player. Not something you want to see. Nice catch there. Easy kill at the start. And it's done for them. Waiting for more. That's going to be Virtuoso with a double kill here. It's a 2 versus 2. Still doable in a way. Apogee had a couple of issues here on the after plans. Now the question is, can Academy actually retake this? That's going to be the swing outside. Glocko comes out with a perfect timing on that swing too. It seemed like Tema had it with the turnaround, but he was a little bit off with the crosshair. And a quick kill at the end. And that will be the 12th round on the board. Ents Academy falling a bit short here. And could this be it? A tough way of exiting the tournament, especially after doing so much work here. And I'd say the first, actually, Heimo was kind of close to the same part. First time we're actually starting to see some Finnish names on a tournament like this. Getting a little bit deeper. I love it. AI prediction was 96% for ends. Yeah, maybe it was drunk too. I had a rough night. He had a rough night. So anything's possible, I guess. It is what it is. It's just AI, though. Sometimes it comes up with some very funky numbers. And the question is, are we going to see an overtime? Or is this just going to be Apogee taking a win? Let's see what they can actually do in a round like this. Just look at the weaponry. Oh, this is tough. Well, at least it is 5.7s, but it's just an M4 from Teme, and that beautiful nade on... Oh, Milsey just jumps on top of it, too. Going to sacrifice himself, not to lose his life. That's going to be switched with a quick trade through the smoke. Okay. Works out for one, but the full lineup just rotates towards the A side. Look at this. They're not going to stick towards the B side at all. And this is definitely going to give the information for ends where the full push is heading to. A smoke to clear it off, and this is like sheeps getting herded by the leader at the moment. The second they decided to push in from Donut, that single smoke takes every single plan off the card. But now, they actually still have enough time to play around with, so there's not a end of the world in a way. That's the pistol confused me. What is this? What skin is this? I've never actually seen anything like that. Full of flowers and everything. It's kind of cool though. Millard in a very good spot there, but oh, he's not going to be clearing out the right angle. He does actually react to it. He gets away, but he goes for the second shot. Drops down. That's going to be Milsey. Oh, the USB is going to amount to nothing, and Milsey left with 25 HP to try to clutch this. And it's definitely not going to happen. Or is it? A 1v3. The first one in front of the boxes. A shot to the face, and it's done. After such a long attempt and a try, Ends Academy, they fall down. Apogee, they still continue their story from the lower bracket. And yeah, they're just waiting for the winner of Adept going against Astralis Talent. So not that bad of a match in front of us. So we're just going to take a little bit of a break and hop into the second best of three, which is going to be starting in about a second. So guys, congratulations, Apogee. It looked a little bit questionable. There were some couple of rounds here and there where they had, for example, after plan problems, entry problems, maybe feeding kills here and there. Ents had those similar problems as well. And it led to what it was. But it was a nice match. I have to say, a good spot for the Finns to turn up in this portion of the tournament. So it's nice to see them actually reaching the playoffs and actually playing decently well. I'm kind of happy to see it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that first match, as we're going to be hopping into the second one, which will be starting in about a second. Let's take a little break, hop back in when we're ready, and see you on Adept versus Astralis Talent. Booyah! Welcome back to the stream, and hopefully you're having a good time. Hopefully that break was enough for you. As for Ents Academy, it's going to be a farewell, as they did lose their game against Apogee. And I have to say, Apogee, congratulations for the win. They're going to go to worst lower bracket against one of these winners, and it's going to be Adepts going against Astralis Talent. You can see the same names here. It's going to be An, Oxbrand, Chucky, Chuk, Tarki are going to be playing over here. Meanwhile, I think we have the old picture from one of the players, but it is what it is. Astralis Talent will be made out of a lineup like this. Kerr, Krok, Ansk, Gi. That's going to be a Sen and a Suma. So, no players covering for each other today. It's going to be the full lineups from both of the teams, which is nice to see. Meanwhile, you can see the bands. It's going to be Mirage and Dust. Dropped at the start. We are starting this match up with an Inferno. After that, we're going to be hopping into Nuke if we... Well, it doesn't really matter what happens. We're going to be hopping into Nuke as long as the servers don't crash. And if we need it, it's going to be on Vertigo. So the 52nd floor. Yesterday, Adepts, they had, well, not that good of a time. Absolutely blasted on their own map pick. After winning 5 rounds in a row, they lost every single round after that towards Spirit Academy. Even on Spirit Academy's own map pick. They did just a bit better, but it wasn't good enough. Absolutely wrecked over there too. So let's see, after a good night's sleep, if they can actually turn it around in a way. Can we finally see something out of him? There's going to be the Jason Momoa's look like on a server too, which is kind of cool. Everybody resembles somebody. So many people in the world. Shot there from Krok, starting off the first kill here. And it's going to be Sen just posting towards the apps. Anybody who wants to push in, that's going to be the first 2 kills. Even a Molotov drops on the floor. Burns himself off. And a Sen. Couple of good entries there. That's going to be Oxbrand with 1. Still the majority of the lineups just holding their spots. Tarki. I think he dinged one of the players towards the lower portion of that ramp. But the bomb is still locked into a very tight situation. 35 seconds left on the clock to talk about. Meanwhile, they're still trying to figure out how they're going to get onto the site. There's a player towards the pit. That's going to be the good catch coming out of Oxbrand. But Sen actually gets his 3rd kill. And 9 HP to clutch this out with against 3. It's not going to be something to be looking forwards to. A single bullet anywhere, and I think this round is done. And of course, it finds the head. Kerr adds 1 more stat towards the table. And we are hopping into round number 2. Didn't really check out how they have been playing these maps before. So Adepts versus Astralis. And as we have Inferno, Nuke, and Vertigo, Adepts literally don't have... They only have 1 map with stats at the moment, and that's going to be Anubis. So this is such a fresh lineup. They barely have any stats here on HLTV. Meanwhile, Astralis Talent, they have stats, but nothing to be that proud about. It's going to be 20% for them on Inferno, 40% on Nuke, and 67% on Vertigo. It literally... it is in an ascending order, so... The farther we go, the better it's going to get for them. Meanwhile, for Adepts, the problem is we barely have any information about them. So, basically anything is possible. The last time they played Inferno, it was against Granny Knockers. And that was a 13-2 game. They lost their game, the game against Fluffy Gangsters, 13-11. So not that bad of a loss. A very good... wait a minute, they got destroyed 13-2. So absolutely wrecked on this map. And we are going to be hopping into Nuke next. That was a 13-7 game against Spirit Academy yesterday. Not a fun time. And against Spirit Academy on Vertigo, it was a 13-5. So yeah, like I was saying, this is not going to be a good time for them. They did win their respectable game against 9 Academy. 13-9. That's not a bad loss. Victory, sorry. Couple of drills through that smoke. Not really hitting anything. Idea is correct though. And this will be Adepts with their full buy trying to get on top of that A side. Getting just a little bit more control out of that corner. The CT side middle has been lost already. And this will be the peak coming out of Ansk. Getting just a little bit closer towards that man. If the player's not ready for it, they might go down. Oxbrand actually holds that angle perfectly. That's a lot of time being played off the clock. 35 seconds left. And the bomb definitely will be posted towards that A side. If they decide to go for the full rotation now, I don't think they're going to have the time to get on top of that B side without any issues. This will be the short push. The first, not even the first kill coming out. Those kills actually from the side of Adept. Very good. Chucky gets the quick trade. And Astralis Talent. It seems like the waiting got onto their nerves. Not the way to go if you're a defender. I think it was Ansk at the start of the round. As he didn't get any information, decided to go for the mid play. It's absolutely domed there. At that point, usually when you don't have the time, there's no reason to go for that information play. So little time that you're about to get the information where the push is coming to. Anyways, the only thing that happened on that situation was that they lost the defender. Not something you want to lose on the CT side, especially on that A side. Such a huge area to cover. And of course, it's going to be another buy from Astralis Talent. No issues at all. Couple of M4s. FAMAS's and an MP9. Only Molotov towards the apps as well. And some utility will be swapped around. That's nice. Can hear a couple of shots whiff by. None of the needed hits working out at the moment. B-side attempt from Adept seems to be the way to go. That is going to be a four-man row. Just trying to get on top of that side right now. And from the second middle at the moment, it just seems that they're left to lurker SBT. The only thing you have to do is just play time. Meanwhile, they're trying to get on top of it. That nade is going to take one of the players out. It's going to be a double hold coming into Quad. And the smoke is going to work out so well for him. He does a lot of damage towards the third player as well. Chucky is barely alive. And I have to say, even though if he went down, that was a very good defense from him already. Oxbrand literally sees his teammate going down. That's going to be the swing coming in from Banana. Kira wins that fight. And the bomb will be left on the ground. SBT takes way too long to get any impact on his round. At that point, his whole team is dead and the lurk means nothing anymore. Sometimes you want to be just a little bit quicker here. The problem is the lurking on Inferno has dropped into a spot where, in my opinion, even if they catch you, the knowledge of you being behind them is going to be better than you just trying to look for that perfect timing. Because it's very rare that actually works now. By the way, Dota has a TI at the moment. I didn't know that. Ha! 100,000 viewers. Dead game. Off we go. This will be another attempt. The Molotov behind that smoke. They can hear the steps coming out of it. Long control falls for the side of the T's already, but it's going to be that close angle and a double hold. Oxbrand actually left in a little bit of a questionable spot. Actually gets that kill. It's got to be Nuke to drop his own teammate, but he gets the kill on the Zen at the same time as well. So it's a 2 versus 3. That's a nice spot to be at again. The French enjoying Inferno. This has to be a call out from the Danes to save. French with a Belgian player. Name a duo more known. Maybe if Scream comes back, he could actually join this team.
Terrorists win.
Kaboom goes the bomb. We are about to hop into a new round here. Bit of a timeout for the boys to talk about what's about to happen. And after a couple of seconds, we are going to be hopping into a new round. Round number 6. It's very early on here on Inferno still. For a second, it felt like we have been played half of the maps already, but no, not even close to that. Beautiful nade coming out of Croc. That's a lot of damage there. That's going to be Suma with his kill too. Nuke is going to be the one to go down. That's the utility to fend off the push. Even with the lost round previously, they seem to be doing such enough of a good job here to make this a duel. Oh, wait a minute. What is happening at the moment? Kerr finally gets control of that situation and gets that kill. Tarky almost actually came out with a double there. That wasn't that far away. And this will be Adepts. We'll have to try to find a way into that side. If it's possible, they could actually try to do some, or he could do some damage. The Belgian player. The money isn't great on the CT side, so any kill here could be just good enough. But it's just going to be 20 seconds left on the clock. I'm not entirely sure if they know that he's on the corner here. Seems like they don't, so as they might be pushing on towards that banana, they might lose a couple of players. But Croc seems to be ready to clear this angle. And yeah, he is. Even checks it. That's gotta be the round there for Croc. And Chucky can't find anything. Look at this. A buy coming out of Adepts. Buy coming out of Adepts. Let's see what they can actually do with this one. The Tech-9s could be the leading force inside any of these sites. Meanwhile, the Rifles could take care of the rest of the players. That's going to be just Croc taking a very passive angle here, knowing that a full rush could be inevitable. But this is just Adepts still playing a very slow game. No reason to go for anything crazy. They're not going to change the tempo at all. Just reading into these rounds. That one Tech-9's bullet hits the wall there. That's basically all of the noise they have made so far. Of course, with a couple of jumps too. Molotov on top of the balcony. To make sure that nobody's holding on top of that slope. And Kerr. Still is a good spot here from the long. Just trying to hold down his position. That is going to be Chucky. Just a slow round. Utility will be used in about a second. That's going to be the second phase of it. The first push from middle is not going to work out for one. Zuma is going to be the one to drop down Oxbrad, and the rest of the players trying to get inside that B side. Wait a minute, that's actually a good kill. That's a second nice kill. Charky gets the shot on the Croc. And a Kerr drops down SBT. 3 versus 2. The bomb will be planted, but just barely. But as a round, it goes for Astralis Talent. But as what they attempted, it was an okay attempt. Not that bad. Round number 8. This is going to be the first full save out of the D's. Not buying a cent worth of utility or anything. Just trying to wreak havoc with the clocks that they have. Meanwhile, CT side, equipped to the brim. It's gonna be the early amount of utility being used. Nice catch coming out of Ask. Oxbrand goes down, just trying to take a little bit of a peek to see what's happening towards the middle. This is just the CT side. They have read that this is going to be an A-side play. Especially by leaving a player towards the banana. That's going to be the right way to go. Nice catch coming out of Kerr. Drops one of the players. That's going to be the second kill for him. Could have been stacking bodies, but Tarky finally finds him. Bring it back to more manageable numbers, but at this point they have lost so many teammates. We are just going to be talking about the second round. For a little while, this map felt a lot more closer, but I have to say, Astralis Talent, they have been leading with a big force here. Adepts only finding 2 gun rounds, nothing else. Considering the fact that Astralis Talent already with 6 rounds on the table. So, off for more, I guess. Couple of shots through the smoke, not really finding any of its mark. shot from Ask. Of course, off camera. And it will be Kerr to step in as the first player. He needs to help out his teammate. That's going to be a beautiful catch. Double. Oh, so close. It's going to be SBT to actually come out with this double there. Double entry for him. But the issue is that there's still a man down. One of the players is a little bit low. Apps attempt to bamboozle the players. And just the total silence out of a round like this. From the backside behind those boxes. Rock will be found out, but from the cross it's going to be Sen. To get that quick trading, to be honest, at this point he knows the only thing he has to do is to play time. Yeah, it's done. The time is done. There's nothing he can do. The bomb was way too far away. Adepts. Even with this round getting so close, Astralis Talent, they still put their 7th on the board. Some very good rounds for Astralis Talent. Doesn't matter what way they win it, as long as they can post them. If you can put it up, it's going to be enough. Early shot coming out of Suma to drop down Chucky. That's going to be SBT with the trade. Nice nade towards the second lane. That's going to be Oxbrand with the deagle shot, but Ansk make sure that they're not going to lose that many more players. And that's a nice double kill for the end, I guess. I think Kier came out with a double this round, yeah. Making that work for himself. Meanwhile, everybody else is kind of licking their wounds. Open AI. That's coming to Molly for middle. Amsky gets the shot onto Chucky. Good kill from Kerr too. Kerr and Croc, the duo. Just waiting for that utility from his teammate to go for another attempt. This time around, he's going to play it behind the sandbags. So, already a couple of kills up. No reason to give them the chance to pull it back. Astralis Talent on Adept's own map pick. They're just wreaking hell. Winner of this one is going to go against the winner of the last game, which was Apogee. Loser will be eliminated. Not much they can actually do at that spot when it's over. It's gonna be the Molly 4 construction. It's a 3 versus 3 with the B side lost. You can see the reactions coming in from the CTs. This is just gonna be a full retake from Banana at this point. Now the bomb will be planted. That's going to be Oxbrand. Good trade, at least from Suma. A double hold, and it's gonna work out for two. Turkey. So yeah, okay. The Astralis style works for a gun round as well. And he totally actually took care of the player there. Round 12. A full fight from both of the teams. And we are going to see that op head-to-head finally. Already a push coming in towards the middle. That's going to be set to lead that charge. Op shot actually misses towards the lane, but it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, behind that smoke, it's going to be only a kill. Sen getting a little bit sloppy with the M4. Juke gets the quick trade. And this is just going to be one of those spots. Wait a minute, Kerr actually found a kill onto Tarky. I'm not entirely sure from what angle. I think that was the second lane duel. That's going to be SBT to bring it back to a tie. Nuke and Croc, both of the players, very low on HP. And always the preemptive strike coming in from the CT side, trying to go for that middle control. As they see that it's empty, this might be them finally realizing that something funky is going on against the Thai people. Nice catch coming out of Croc. Chucky gets a face full of it. Shoot, and SBT, nice. I think that was a quick scope. That was very quick. And Juke, with 17 points of health to try to clutch this one, is going to be nearly impossible. And this is the last round. He kind of has to go for it. There's nothing to save this for. Already, individual pick. Beautiful shot to the face of Ansk. What a headshot. It's going to be the utility. Molotov in front of him. He can't really cross it. And that's just going to be Suma to shut it off, and that's going to be Astralis Talon left with 9 rounds after the first half. Adepts on their own pick, only posting 3. There were some couple of good gun rounds, a couple of rounds that looked like it could have done a bit more, but it just didn't work out. Here we go. We are ready for more. Clock's trying to step into the duel. And that is going to be a couple of warning shots being received. It's just going to be a quick step from the broken wall. That's Ansky actually coming off with the double kill. Suma even gets his own, and I think this round is done already. The bomb will be planted towards the B-side Adepts. The last player miles away. Turkey, not even close to that site.
Bomb has been planted.
And that's just a tough spot to be at. With only 3 rounds on the board, Astralis Talon finding their 10th. The only thing they need is just a bit more at the moment. First pistol round for the side of Astralis Talent, especially now. They could really lock this one up quickly. Not really getting challenged that much. This is just going to be very one-sided. The push doesn't work out at all. And it's going to be one of those rounds where it's as quick as it's one-sided. The results are in. This is going to be the 11th round for Astralis Talent. Adepts. Well, if he clutches... well, it's not going to happen. Yeah, that's got to be the Mach 10 to even drop down the last player. Astralis Talent really finding a way to make this look very one-sided at the moment. We're kind of happy to actually see a couple of talent teams on this tournament. So we had ENS Academy, Astralis Talent, Spirit Academy, NAVI Juniors, 9 Academy. That is amazing. As long as we can actually keep that up, that is going to keep the Division 2 looking very healthy. Double nade combo being used at the start here. That's going to be the first one to actually hit Nuke. Does enough damage to warn him of what's about to come in about a second. That's going to be it. Locks just goes for the full swing. Sen gets the kill after losing his teammate. And this will be the defense mounting up for something Chucky. If he wants to hold on to this, especially with his teammates locked into that A side, he really needs to go ballistic at the moment. Let's see how many kills he can actually get. Playing behind the dark here. Sometimes these, they don't check it, but usually with a player left, this should be pretty obvious for them to make sure that nobody's holding here. Top of the side he goes. Wait a minute, they try to check it, but it's a little bit sloppy at the moment. They lose a player. Bomb will be planted. A 3 versus 3. And, well, Chucky, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what other options we really had at that point. That's going to be a kill for the side Astralis Talent. It's going to be Anski from the backlines to make sure nobody's going to be pushing, but it seems like Adepts, they're not even going to go for this one. This is just going to be a save. No reason to. Boom goes the bomb, which means that the T's received another round here. Oh, the map point on the table, 12-3. With an absolute walkover of a map so far. And after this, we're hopping into Nuke, which is Astralis Talent's old map. You really don't want to go against the Danes on a map like that. And here we go. There will be the nade used at the start. Anybody who wants to go for the peak are going to be blinded. But Astralis Talent not really feeling the need to go for anything crazy on their potentially last round. They're just going to play this the same round, same way that they did before. So just a slow game. Let the enemy do their mistakes like we just saw. Even shooting their own teammates right now. Sometimes when it falls to the ground, it really does go with a bang. And ooh, Fuji. That's a very cool looking MP9. Not quite sure how much map control you can actually give away on a position like this. Look at that. Watch this work out. I'm not sure if that was a bait, but it just works out so well for Astralis Talent anyways. That might have been a mistake, but it turned at least the player around. Look at this. SPT needs to back up. Meanwhile, Oxbrand does actually get the kill on the Zoom, and it's going to be SPT with his own kill before he gives that B-side away. Took a little bit too long for Astralis Talent's players to focus, just to react on that one. The bomb will be planted here. This is going to be tough. There's no reason to top off the coils here. And with a player on the back lines, this is going to be a hard retake. Nice catch coming out of Ansk. Perfect timing, too, to drop one of the players. That's going to be the second swing towards construction, spotting both of the players. And no, the time is starting to run out. Even a beautiful catch on the triple box, and it's done, boys. We are hopping into map number 2, which will be Nuke. And that's going to be Astralis Talent's own map pick. 132 KDR at the moment on the server. Kerr is just playing an off game. That is awesome to see. So, let's take a little break, hop back in when we're ready. And we are going to be hopping into Nuke, which will be the second one. And that is going to be Astralis Talent's own map pick. Adepts getting absolutely pummeled on their own. Let's see if they can actually give us a little bit of a better try on Nuke. See you there. Welcome back to the stream. We're hopping into Nuke. This will be, well, Nuke. The map that's on the pool at the moment that we are going to be hopping into. So, let's see what they can actually do with this one. Are we going to be having a good time or a bad time? Not entirely sure. Seems like we have a technical pause directly at the start, so not really panning off the way we were hoping, but it seems like the freeze time has started. We should be okay. And off we go. Pistol round is going to be the way we're going to go. And that's a nice set. Nice skin set from Sen. Everything is purple, very purpley. I kind of like it. That's going to be the clock leading the way in. USP shots, just missing the mark here. Trying to go for those quick shots. If they can actually drop a player before he loses that much control, it's going to be SBT with that. Those dualies to get one of the kills. That's a nice catch coming out of Nuke. Getting one outside. He's playing this very well at the moment. Good play from him. SBT dropping Kerr. That's going to be Ox back to drop down Ask. And Astralis Talent, at least they're not going to win their pistol at the start. I have to say, Adepts, they have a very good pistol play. We even saw this yesterday on Vertigo. I think it was Nuke, the same dude, who came out with a very nice clutch on that A side. 1 to 3. 1 versus 3. A memorable play. Giving us another show here. Kerr will be ready behind this door just to get in. And that will be Oxbrand, Chucky, and Tarky. Everybody contributing with 1. And the box gets planted. Or not. Very close, though. Very close. Just shy away from getting that bombed out. Could have been a nice influx of money. This time around, it didn't quite work out. So we are going to be left with more. Go. Not that much will be given. Croc, a couple of attempts, actually gets dinged through that smoke. That's a little bit funny at the end. So many bullets miss. It's going to be that one tap to the face. Croc still behind that Molly. Oh, that Molly could actually take care of him. He's been spotted, yeah. They know where he is. And I'm pretty sure SPD actually heard the ding, so they know one of the players is low. But this is a good spot for them. But Secret will be pushed at the same time. Not giving that a venue at the moment over. That's going to be the smoke for main. They should know exactly where the bullets came in. And Anskaskala gets the quick straight. That's going to be SPT with a kill on the Kirk. And Astralis Talent. Not finding the way to start these rounds up at the moment. Getting a little bit unlucky there, of course. That's not going to be a fun situation to be in. That's the game for you. Nice attempt coming in towards the ramp. That's going to be the Molly for Hell. And with 28 seconds left on the clock, Oxbrand even finds the kill on the Croc finally. Took a little while, but it happens. And this seems to be an attempt towards that A side. They could actually get the bomb down. This is still very doable of a round. They actually even spot the player on top of the heaven. How are they giving this round away? This is not how it's supposed to go, Adepts. They already went through the hard parts. At least they get the kill onto the player from Hut. But the second that jump is coming out of the vents, that's going to be Suma with a double kill to hold it down. And Tarki left alone to push in from the Hut. And only equipped with an AK. He can actually bring down one of the players. He's ready for the second one. That reaction was good, but the problem is Angst hits the important shot. And what a round for Astralis Talent. Absolutely pulling a round out from the trash bin. It was supposed to be a victory for Adepts. Already such a well-played round. Doing so much work outside too. V for victory. Well, we're giving more of a game at the moment at least. That's gonna be Chucky with a kill through the smoke. Quick as it comes. First one to open it up. At this point, there is a bit of a silence on this map if they want to duel for it. It's just the silence. This is going to be one of those maps where the space is going to be the way to go. And at the moment, the space that they have gotten, especially if they're gonna push in from the main. And look at this, on top of the Christmas, they can actually find a kill towards the CT. Double entry for Ansk to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. And that op shot misses Chucky. That was the best opportunity for him to actually pull it back. That's gonna be SBT with a kill on the Sen. And the double hold behind him. Silo jumping top of that. Ansk can really go for the second swing. That's going to be a nice kill from Nuke to drop one of the players. He's not ready for that angle. And that is going to be a retake, but they absolutely made that a doable round for a second. And I have to say, Ansk, with that beautiful double entry, opens up the player from the CT event. A quick reaction towards the second player from Catwalk. But at the end of the day, it was maybe a little bit of a mistake, or not a mistake, just a little bit of a sloppy round coming in from Chuck. But it happens, that doesn't really bother me that much, so Counter-Strike is a funny game. Now let's see if they can actually keep it up now. Revolver even seen on a server. This is rare. A very rare one. Actually hitting the player a couple of times. I'm a little bit surprised he's still alive. I think that grazed the wall, the second shot. That is Ansk dropped to 61. And he's very aware that there might be a player out here somewhere. SBT. Gonna be the Deagle shot to rain through a couple of times. Good flash coming out. Oxbrand comes up with a double. That's gonna be Chuk with one as well. And SBT, as long as he just stays hidden, I don't think he has to give himself up. That's gonna be Oxbrand with the triple kill of this round, and SBT only with that one. But he stays alive. Well played round for him at the end. We're still gonna go on. Not a bad start to this one. That's really showing that they want to play for this map. Not looking to give it away like they did before. Absolutely getting wrecked with their own map pick, but here on it, their enemy's map pick, they're actually looking like a team a little bit. Tarky comes out with a double entry, but that's going to be SBT with a beautiful reaction after Oxbrand goes down. That's going to be Shaka with the shot. And Astralis Talent. All right, they're starting to give a little bit of a lead here for Adepts. 5 on the board. Is there a possibility that the Adepts are going to win this map? Is this going to happen? Is this actually happening at the moment? Am I seeing what I'm thinking that I'm seeing? So, again, this time around that revolver is going to be changed into a Tech 9 as well. 4 sets of armor. Actually do something with a round like this. Through that smoke, a player gets through. Nobody's there to challenge him. At least Chucky gets the kill on the turret. That's going to be Chuck with the second shot. Chucky comes out alive. Even the USB tags one of the players. It's going to be SBD to get the kill, though. And Astralis. Oh boy, are they enjoying this one. Getting blasted on these rounds. Definitely not a fun time. There it is. Half of the rounds won from the first regulation. First half, sorry. Which means that that's the 6th round on the board for Adepts. They could actually still pull a lot more rounds out. And look at that. That's going to be the first time out Astralis Talent. We really need to have a discussion here. How they want to go throughout these rounds. It would be a little bit of a shocking experience to see Adepts win Nuke after getting absolutely destroyed on Inferno. But that's what the stats might do for you. You don't have enough of a touch to that map. So anything can happen in a way, even a blowout like that. And if you have a map that you have played or even feeling a little bit better for the next one, with a team that barely has any stats, you can't really anticipate what's about to happen on some of these rounds, so okay. As long as we're just getting CS, I don't really care who wins this one. This will be Astralis Talent. Behind the Reds, just holding those corners. Chucky comes up with that off shot again. He's been so reliable from it. Early picks again, and again. Let's see if we can actually keep this up now. Nice catch. That's going to be SB2 with 1 send. Oh, he's not ready. Oh, Astralis Talent, they're getting absolutely pummeled at the moment. The CT defense is almost perfect. Croc drops SBT. Noxbrand nails Croc down. 7 rounds on the board. This might be actually happening. Moving in and out. More licks to be given. Gonna be the Molly from main. Finally, we're seeing a little bit of a quicker gameplay. Sen has been dropped to 13. That's gonna be Croc with the lower side control. That's gonna be Angst with the kill on the Chuk. At least something works out finally. Kerr did go down. And the bomb will be planted. Now the question is, do they have a retake position ready? It's going to be the nade for the double. And already inside the vent, both angles will be challenged at the same time. That's going to be Suma to drop down into the vents if his teammate actually needs it. Oxbrand, he smells that corner. Gets the kill. It's a 2 versus 2. It's actually still doable. The problem is the time is starting to run out. They do have the kits, but they're so far away from the bomb. I don't think this is going to happen. And gets the kill onto Chucky. Croc finds Oxbrand. Finally, they get their second round. It absolutely needed everything from them. What a shame. Here we go. Double spray coming out. That's going to be Oxbrand with a double here to fend off the site. Quick trade from Sen at least. So he keeps the numbers somewhat stable. But that's the drop molly. Burns the feet out of the players. Be a little bit careful here. Good catch out of Angs. Tarky gets wrecked on that push. That will be the bomb planted. Both the players not really aware that the push is coming in from heaven. That's going to be Chucky with the perfect timing. If he finds this op shot, I think this is it. Behind the box, that's a great play coming out of Ants. And he spots one of the players on top of the box. Chucky! With that, P250 makes it happen, and it's done. Oh boy. What a depressing round for Astralis Talent. So close to winning it. The flying P250 is the way to clutch it, though. Yeah, this is a tough spot to be at. 10 deaths. 0 kills, 0 assists, 0 ADR, nothing. Kira has done nothing on the server so far. And I'm literally talking about nothing. Except dying. Chucky starts off the round again with an entry on the Zuma. I think that is the 4th entry from Chucky, which is huge. Kerr gets damage on that drop. That will be the push coming outside. Even Oxbrand just fine. I'm not entirely sure what Astralis Talent is doing. They're just melting on their own map pick at the moment. We might be talking about a 3rd map here. Kira finally opens up the scoreboard. Gets the first kill. The first amount of damage done so far. Nice flash. Good trade. Kira actually finds the 2nd kill as well. Brings it back to 3 versus 3, but it's going to be Chucky. Mobile with that up. Makes the best use of it. And behind that silo there's a player. It's got to be Parky. At the perfect timing. Catches both of the players. And it's going to be Adepts with 9 on the board. Astralis Talent seriously lacking behind at the moment. This isn't just them winning this round. This is starting to be a song where they have to win the pistol. They have to win a lot of rounds after that one as well. If they want to challenge Nuke. Coca-Cola. Here we go. Early attempts, and the silence out of this round is immaculable at this point. Not a single soul has made a step. Beautiful entry. Tarky actually catches one of the players. That's going to be Suma to go down. The Molotov. Make sure. To get a little bit damage and a little bit more space for the T side for them to hold on to. And look at this. It's taking a little bit too long for them to get into this retake. It's going to be Ansk. Showing a little bit too much skin there. Okay. And this might be the round. For them. Works out perfectly. And kaboom goes the bomb. At least they get the third round. Like I was saying, it's not definitely going to be enough. They need so many more. They need the pistol, they need everything from now on. The CT side has to be anything except perfect. Anything less than perfect, and they have a bit of a problem. Look at how many rounds there are in a row. 5 rounds. Enjoy that. That has to hurt. But here we are. So, another round and another attempt. This will be an interesting round to check. Suma with the green dualies on top of the hut. Waiting for the perfect timing. Sen is going to get one of those kills, so at least the pistol is going their way, but they have to be still careful, especially with Chucky. Sen gets a nice catch before he leaves that hut. Only sees a little bit of the outside. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of a duel in front of Main. And Tarky is just having his time. Sen gets that kill finally. A triple for him. The P250 trying to go for every single angle given for him. Chuk has actually, well, already given us a couple of good pistol rounds. So, if I was Astralis Talent, I would be a little bit worried at the moment. Don't peek him. 30 seconds left on the clock here. That's going to be the first attempt to try to get that reaction. Nice attempt. But even better from Suma to get that headshot. That is the 4th round on the board. 5 needed to bring this to a tie. And from what we're seeing at the moment, a lot of work to be done. push outside. This is supposed to be the easier round. Chucky. Let's get one kill, but this is a cleanup from the rest of the squad. Only losing Croc at the end of the day. They're okay. And actually, Kerr is starting to post some numbers. Even has the ADR of 30. 6 kills, 11 deaths. And yeah, if he actually keeps this up, he's going to be redeeming himself in about a second. Looking at the ADR across the board, looks like a depth. You have 3 players very close to that 100. Nice to see that they're playing well today. Like I was just saying, Inferno a 13-3 beating. Astralis Talon playing with their food. But here on Nuke, almost got the similar situation the other way around. Kerr is going to be using that first smoke here. And meanwhile finds a kill outside. That's going to be Oxbrand to go down. 1.30 KD will be made a little bit more shallower. Good catch coming out. Timing is a little bit off though. This is just going to be a very slow play right now. Just waiting for some kind of a reaction here. Molotov will be pushing one of the CTs a little bit out from that corner. And that's a nice catch coming out from Croc, getting that double. Oh, tries to extend it to a triple. Just a bit shy from that kill. Too bad. Sen catches SBT. And that will be the long range. Actually, after the time. Oh god, Chucky. That's a bit of a bummer right there. Goes down after the time. Which is going to destroy their economy. He was trying to get away from that corner, but he's getting hit by those MP9 bullets. Makes him so slow. And off we go. So, a couple of shots here and there. You can just hear the bullets whiffing by. Sen will be the first one to get most of these T's pushing in towards the ramp. If they can actually just figure out to hold this round without any issues, this is going to be a good round for them. That's going to be the utility used. Molotov to back off. But they are going to be going towards the hell right here. Ansk has to be a little bit careful. They're very close on that angle. But it seems like they are going to abort that and go for the full lobby play. Not entirely sure how they actually managed to find that first kill. Astralis Talent are really looking forward to losing this round. That's going to be the Molly trying to block off one of the players. Smoke to cover off the push. And Suma is definitely going to play through it. That's the pop flash. And gets into a very good spot. So now, Cure on behalf of that T-side vent. And Suma actually getting into a very good spot here. This is just going to be him. The only thing he has to do is just be aware of the player pushing him. Oh, even from the right side off that vent. But it's going to be the dive coming out as Sen and Ansk. They take care of the rest of the players. Just look at the amount of head damage left. Just a couple of points more damage and that would have been it. Not that much of HP to play around with. And suddenly, we're just 2 rounds away, but this is still very far in that manner that if they lose a round here, they do have the money though, but it's not going to be perfect. Sen has $8,000. Curb, Croc, and Ants, they can actually go for a buy. Suma barely has anything left in the bank, so that's not gonna be great. Oh my god, what a catch. Kerr starts off the round with a kill through that smoke. It's gonna be Oxbrand getting bullied. One of the players trying to swing into the vents. Oh, that flash really didn't work out. I'm not entirely sure what's happening at the moment. Everything is just going sideways. The T side seems to be the biggest problem for both of the teams here on Nuke. And Sen. A shot to the face onto SBT and he's done. And this is supposed to be the round down. Croc gets the last 2 kills. It's gotta be Kerr stepping in with 2. And yeah, like I was saying, Kerr. 42 ADR from 0 to hero. Starting to look a little bit better. I have to say, Ansk has been playing a hell of a game so far. And Sen as well. 17 to 10 and 12 to 11. And you have to think about the fact that they were actually, I think they were at the worst possible timing, 9 to 3. Yeah, 9 to 3. 9 to 2 even. So, for them to look absolutely amazing on a server, with a deficit like that, is just amazing. Op will be brought back outside. It would actually be awesome to see Ansk on a main team somewhere. Maybe Astralis. Maybe it's a little bit too early, but it's always nice to think about the facts. There we go. Early kill. The second we start to talk about the player. Gets downed. Chucky wins that 1-to-1 duel with that op. And this will be Sen. From the stairs, backing off. Sure. Beautiful catch. Quick one, but the problem is he goes for the repeat. Gets instantly domed. Just a single shot to the face. That's going to be SBT with the second kill. Astralis Talent doing such a great work so far. But the problem is this is exactly what we're talking about too. The only thing they have to do is just lose 1 round and it's done. Meanwhile, from heaven, they still have a hold. One of the players is very low in HP. Target. Everybody's just hitting headshots. Yeah, this might be a third map. Cyberwolf, that actually is true. They still have a couple of chances here, but the problem is Adepts, when they're shooting like that, it really looks like it's impossible to stop them. They were just hitting headshots left and right there. Whenever you see a team push into that mode, you know you're not going to have a good time. At least the op will be brought back into the next round. That's a very good catch at the start of the round here for Chucky. Got the kill against Ansk there. We didn't really see it, but you can just picture it. If you get a kill from T side cross towards CT start, that has to be a banging of a shot and a tactical pass out of Astralis Talent. They have to talk about what they're about to do. Just look at the money. Needed some water. Sorry, boys. Enough to buy. Sen can definitely drop a weapon or two. Not an issue at all. That's going to be Suma. Catching one of those dropped weapons. And to be honest, looking at the economy at the moment, they have enough for even the next round. So as long as Kurt doesn't go full all out, saves a little bit. Yeah, if they lose a round here, they can actually buy for the next one too. It's not going to be perfect though. Of course, you don't want to lose a round, but it's better than having nothing at that point. And this is how we go. Molotov outside. It's going to be even the flash. Attempt to catch one of the players on that cross. Really go for nothing at that point, but attempts were made. This will be Tarky leading his squad a little bit closer towards the ramp. Nade's being dropped. Rock actually catches one of the players. Gets damaged a lot here. He really needs to get away from that corner, but Tarky finds the perfect time to actually drop down Sen. But still a man up. They have to be a little bit careful. Croc is going to be pushing towards the lower side here. This is just going to be one of those silent rounds. Cure already on the wraparound. Wins the player from the trophy room. That's going to be a picked up AK. And this is starting to work out a little bit better. Astralis Talent, the second they lose a round, seems to be that they're fighting back into it. There we go. Lower side control. That's got to be the kill inside that smoke here. Even finds Oxbrand. Here we go. See if they can keep this up. 9 to 10. Early attempt out of that drill. Not really hitting any of the players, but it's enough of a warning spray for them not to push on towards that A site. We haven't really seen an explosion towards the A site yet. So, from Adepts, they still have cards under the table that they're not showing us. Maybe it's saving some of these strats for the major. Not wanting to show their real gameplay. Kerr getting a little bit closer from the HUD at the moment. There's a lot of space from him. And Chiuk will be the first one to try to challenge over here. Shot to the face. Suma will be left next. Wants to go for a quick trade, and it's got to work out. But Chucky drops at the exact same timing. Drops Ansk, and this is going to be a double peek coming in from the main. Oh, Suma is confused. He can't do anything. Adepts are going to be hopping into their 11th round. Astralis Talent, the only thing they're doing is just prolonging this game at the moment. Oh boy. And with a round like this, the bomb will be going off. We were talking about the economy, so they do have enough money to buy for our next one, which is a plus, I guess. But we're getting into that territory where you barely can make a mistake. A picked up AK could have been amazing for them, but it's not going to work out. Yep, enough money. 4,700 bucks, 7,600 bucks. Yeah, it's going to be an easy buy from everybody. Ans can go for that op if he wants to. And I think that's exactly what we're about to see. If he's going to buy it today. Maybe next week. Hello? There we go. Since the last time I was talking about Ansk's performance, he hasn't had a kill. So that's a lot of rounds for him not to be impactful at all. 9-3 start from Adept. The best way of actually bringing this to halt. But they have been finding their own problems here as well. Now the question is, can they keep their heads cold and focus on the prize? They've been having a couple of rough games recently too, getting absolutely battered by Spirit Academy. Seems like it was the perfect team against them. And outside will be smoked off, and Croc is just posting. Perfect timing of that peek. Drops one of the players. Finds the second one as well. Croc. He's been just giving stably these couple of kills every round. It's kind of amazing to see it. Very stable of a player here. The defense for Croc is going to be immaculate. Meanwhile, there's going to be the smoke to fend off the Squeaky. Hard to push through it when you barely can see. And Ansk, could he be finding his first kill in a while? That's going to be the secret push in about a second shoot if he just walks into this one. He's not going to have a good time. And that's exactly what's about to happen. And that's going to be the 18th kill. Adepts, they might be thinking about a save here. Saving that op at AK for the next round could be huge. As it's going to lead them into a bye. And this is an interesting spot for Astralis Talent. From now on out, the only thing they can do is win. The money is starting to stack up for Adepts. They're very close to a map point. And even what's worse is that Astralis Talent has spent their money. Of course, staying alive with every single weapon, is going to be a huge save for that economy. But the problem is if they lose, for example, the next round here, after buying in the utility they need, that's not going to leave them with much. Here we go. Adepts opting in for the timeout. They really need to talk about how they want to handle this game. Especially looking at the buy that they have at the moment. Tarky went for the AK buy. Only with a flash, nothing else. I would bet on my own lifespan if I could. Okay. That's the soul of a better. So, starting round. You can just see the buy coming out of Adepts at this point. It's not going to be perfect. They can actually still do something with this if they manage to catch the players at the perfect timing. Of course, it's not going to be easy, especially with Tarky getting that kill on the curb, but it's going to be answered with his own. Quick trades coming out. Chucky gets the drop onto Suma. This is exactly what we were talking about. It's getting a little bit worse by the second at this point. An absolute wraparound from long is going to work out for Croc. Player pushing out. That's going to be the double. Goes for the triple. Is not ready for the single door to swing in like that. Lobby has a player in it. And Sen, the only thing he has to do is just wait. Max Brown with SBT is still looking for a way to get in here. That's the push. The second that something activates, they're just gonna go for it. Even the bomb is getting a little bit closer towards the lobby. This is gonna be a tough spot to be at, especially with Sen so close to the angle. And that will be him just jumping out of that bullet, getting the kill on both of those players. He's not going to pick up the op, it seems like. Yeah, Anusk is just going to be happy with his own. They're not going to go for the double op setup, and 11 will be brought back into the board. This is a tie. Adepts. Yes, this is going to be a buy, but this is exactly what we're talking about. It's not going to be perfect. But it's definitely enough. Help me, Adobe. Shots through that smoke. Oh, the pass for the lower side doesn't work out at all. Croc comes up with a double this time around. Okay, it's starting to look a little bit better. Map point. Match point. Getting ever so closer for Astralis Talent. Adepts doing their best trying to fend off for this map. To bring it to an third map on Vertigo. After getting absolutely destroyed on Nuke and Vertigo yesterday against Spirit Academy. They really wanted to see that redemption, but I have to say, Nuke looked like a better option for them, but on the T side they're still having a couple of issues here and there. But the CT side was on point. Can't really take much from that. And this will be just Astralis Talent getting that much more passive. There's no reason to go for anything crazy. Just play your game and hold. Lower push coming in about a second. Very good angle from Kerr. Oh my god, he even gets the second player. That is going to be the damage and the kills coming out for the side of Astralis Talent. 12 on the board, keeping their heads cold. And we could be talking about either an overtime or just an absolute victory here. Here we go. Are we gonna see any more? So good catch from Croc again. That's going to be the second double. Anusk actually comes up with one. It's going to be Chucky to shut down Croc, but it's not going to be enough. Everything is going down the toilet. Adepts, they tried to give us a game. They tried to give us a nuke, and I have to say, it is done, boys. After so many tries, a long game. It is over. Astralis Talent, they keep their heads cold, and they do pull out their own map pick 13 to 11. I have to say, it looked a little bit questionable at the start. There was a couple of problems here and there, but on the CT side, they start to manage to bring those rounds in. I have to give a couple of notes. Croc hitting so many double kills on the defense, and I have to say, big points for that. And also, Anusk was looking amazing at the server too. But yeah, this is the playoffs at the moment that we have. Spirit Academy are going to go against NAVI Junior for the game for tomorrow, and Apogee are going to go against Astralis Talent. So, and Academy and Adepts, we have to say farewell to them, and it's done for them on this portion of the tournament. So thank you for playing. Hopefully we can see you in the next season. But this is pretty much done for me today. Hopefully you guys had a good time. I might be a little bit drunk today, so let's see you in the next casts, which will be whenever they are. Have a good time. Bye-bye, boys.